Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Hallelujah. Shaare Shamayim, about to begin our service. And we thank the Most High God for having us here and those who are watching. We praise and thank the Holy King as we begin. We thank you. At this time, we'll start with a Tehillim. Hallelujah. And will be the 20th Tehillim, which says, Ya'am Kaya Ohe, Yom Sahara, Yeshag Yedeka Shem Elohim, Yishak Yisrael Meet Kodesh, Yom Yitzhak Yekar, Yishkor Kolyen Odecha, Yekar, Yedash, Selah, Selah, all Ateka, Yamalei, Naranin, Yeshua Ateka, Shem Elohim, Nikto, Yamalei, Yehovah. O me lá, o método o mega que sim, o de fato que na parte está lá dentro, estamos em que para seguir e escolher a que caminho tem que se aplicar a nos bem a desmanchar nos para lá do então me fico de vida para and to go to Cornish Odeka, Atalia Tati, Yehoshia Yehovah Misko, Capsule, Israel, Shadi, Ele, Benashem, Ele, Susu, Wanafi, Do, the Jamie, and the Haven, his kid, Karpu, not you, and not your company, the meat for that, Yehovah, Shado, and the left, the young Father, hallelujah. Jehovah answered thee in the day of trouble. In the name of Jehovah of Yaakov set thee on high. Send forth thy help from the sanctuary and support thee out of Zion. Receive the reward of all thy meal offerings and accept the fat of thy burnt offering and burnt sacrifice. Selah. Grant thee according to thine own heart and fulfill all thy counsels. And we will shout for joy in thy victory. In the name of Jehovah our God, we will set up our standard. Jehovah will fulfill all thy petitions. Know now I that Jehovah saveth his anointed. You will answer him from his holy heaven with the mighty acts of his saving right hand. Some trust in chariots, some in horses. But we will mention the name of Jehovah our God. But they are bowed down and fallen. But we are rising up. Stand upright. Save Jehovah. Let the king answer on the day that we call. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you, Lord God. And this time we ask all please to stand while we commence in our prayers this morning. Hallelujah. Yehovah Elohim Avotenu Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, who obtained Chaim. Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, that he who gives life to us all. We thank him this day. We thank him for the Shabbat. We thank him for our lives, the lives of all Israel, even of all the nations before him. We thank him, Lord God, for allowing us to awaken this morning, bold within our right mind. We thank you to breathe the breath of life once again, to see the sun risen this morning, the daylight coming. We thank you. Thank you for allowing all our loved ones and families to be risen up this morning again, to have a second chance on this Shabbat day. We ask you this day to bless all the houses of worship in Israel and all the four corners of the earth. And those who keep the Shabbat day this day, we give them the double portion of blessings this day, and have that peace and tranquility this day with the Lord God and all the houses of worship and all the people of Israel that observe this Shabbat day. They can experience a peace, and as it was said, to be rest in your middle this day. We ask you to come with that peace and bless all the house of Israel this day. Bless you, Lord God, to remember all those who are in the house of worship, all those who are home, who are in the process of, we call it sickness. Yes. And who are not feeling well this day, whose spirits may be low. To lift up all the spirits that are low this day among your people. Yes. To heal all those that are sick. Yes. All those who are in home, in the nursing home, in the hospital. Yes. Wherever they may be in the four corners of this earth. to remember them. We ask you to remember the state of Israel, your people, in our minds. Heal our minds, Lord God. Heal our spirits. Give us that Ruach Elohim once again, that we may perform your word. Be with us, Lord God. We thank you, Lord God, for our food, our shelter, our clothing, our resources, the knowledge, the information, everything that God has allowed us to have this day as we proceed forth to call on your name further. We ask to be with all those this day in the house of worship before coming to the earth that brings forth your name today, the portion today, that you will be with all in the spirit of Most High God. Be with all, Most High God, support all, heal all this day. Shabbat be a beautiful day, a peaceful day, as we say to go to rest in your renewed life, your rest on this day. We say Shabbat Shalom, Torah Rabbah for everything Yehovah God has allowed us to have to possess. Bless our thou, Lord of God, in the highest order name. Say, Adonai, say, we open through. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
We go forth with our words, our ten commandments, as we say, Lord, ye the Elohim Aglim Alpanai.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Lord, I say that God myself.
Thou shalt not make unto thee a graven image.
Lord, Jesus, it changed and he can launch away.
Thou shalt not take the name of Jehovah thy God in vain. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet. Hallelujah. Israel, Wahibero Kaseka, Aboveka, Estakaway, El Heko, Kwacheka, Wayazeka, Yehovah Hafti Mehom Bezeka, Umkom Ishkan Kepozeka, Wani Estakaway, Ekra, Ebreka, Lifne, Yehovah Osi, Wani Seferati Yada, Yehovah Ekrazon, Elohim Beral Kazdeka, Aleim Beneti Sheka. Amen.
And as for me,
In the abundance of your loving kindness, when I come into your house, I worship towards your holy temple in the fear of you. How good are your tents, O God, your tabernacles, O Israel. And as for me, in the abundance of your loving kindness, when I come into your house, I will worship towards your holy temple in the fear of you. God, the habitation of your house, the place where your glory dwelleth. And as for me, I will worship and bow down. I will bend the knee before Jehovah my Maker. And as for me, raise my prayer unto you, O Jehovah, be an acceptable time. O Yah, in the abundance of your loving kindness, ask me in the truth of your salvation. Hallelujah. Amen.
I don't know my share my life. I tell him go ye say Libra.
Adon
Lay
Malah.
and sabe so cold. Examination mo Libra.
Adon
I think no
Malah.
hako. Never don't you look no hora.
Adon
Where who
Malah.
aya, where who go away, where who ye gave Betty Ara.
Adon
For who
Malah.
can the ancient la Amshilo wa Habira.
Adon
And
Malah.
the sheep and the hitati. The low house wa Habisra.
Adon
Where who they live
Malah.
with Kaigo Ali. Where Zul can believe the eight Zara.
Adon
Where who they
Malah.
say Umanosi. And not Kosi be young Ekra.
Adon
We are
Malah.
going to keep rookie. The eight Ishama Akira.
Adon Malah.
Rookie get we hati. Your holy willow Ira.
Adon Malah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Jehovah is God of the universe, who reigned every creature yet was formed. At the time when all things were made in God's desire, There was the name of Jehovah, proclaimed King, and after all things shall add in. Yah alone, dread one shall reign, who was, who is, and will be in glory. And Jehovah is one, and there is no second to compare to him, to consort with him, without beginning, without end. To Jehovah belongs strength and dominion, and God is my Jehovah, my Redeemer liveth, and the rock in my travail in the time of distress. Jehovah is my banner, my refuge, the portion of my help on the day when I call. Into his hands I commit my spirit, when I sleep and when I wake, and with my spirit my body also. Jehovah is with me and I will not fear. Hallelujah. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has formed man of wisdom and created him in the offices of vessels, is revealed and known before the throne of your glory, that one of these be open, or one of those be closed, it would be impossible to exist and stand before you. Baruch atah Olam, who heals all flesh and does wondrously. Baruch atah Olam, who has sanctified by your commandments, and commands us to occupy ourselves with the words of the Torah. Make us therefore beseech you, O Lord Elohim, the words of your Torah in our mouth, and the mouth of your people, the house of Israel, so that we, with our offspring, the offspring of your people, the house of Israel, may all know your name and learn your Torah. Baruch atah Olam, who teaches the Torah to your people Israel. Baruch atah Olam, who has chosen us from all nations and given us your Torah. Baruch atah Olam, who gives the Torah, blessed are you. Baruch Olam, who gives the cock intelligence to distinguish between day and night. Baruch atah Olam, who has not made me a heathen. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has not made me a bondman. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has not made me a woman for her burden and grace. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has made me the mother of civilization. Baruch atah Olam, who opens the eyes of the blind. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who clothes the naked. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who looses them that are bound. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who raised up them that are bowed down. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who spread forth the earth above the waters. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has supplied my every want. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who has made firm the steps of man. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who girds Israel with might. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who crowns Israel with glory. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who gives strength to the weary. Amen. Baruch atah Olam, who removes sleep from mine eyes and slumber from mine eyelids. And may it be the will of Jehovah Elohim, God of my fathers, to make us familiar with your Torah, and to make us obedient to your commandments. O lead us not into the power of sin, or of transgression, or iniquity, or temptation, or of scorn. Let not the evil inclination have sway over us. Keep us far from a bad man and a bad companion. Make us cleave to the good inclination and good works. Subdue our inclination so that it may submit itself unto thee. And let us obtain this day and every day grace, favor, mercy, and peace in your eyes, and in the eyes of all who behold us, and bestow loving kindness upon us. Baruch atah Olam, for Jehovah, who bestows loving kindness upon your people Israel. And may it be your will, O Lord Elohim, God of my fathers, to deliver me this day and every day from arrogant men, from arrogance, from a bad man, from a bad companion, and from a bad neighbor, and from any mishap, and from the adversary that destroys, from a hard judgment and a hard opponent, whether he be a son of the covenant or be not the son of the covenant. Hallelujah. Amen.
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 Oh, merciful Father, have compassion on your people who have been sustained by you. Remember the bereaved, the covenant with the patriarchs, and deliver our souls from evil hours. Remove evil imaginations from the people in your care, and through your mercy, cause us to escape from it forever, and fulfill our desire with good measure of succor and compassion. And may Yah's kingdom be soon revealed and made visible unto us. And may he be gracious unto the remnant of his people, the house of Israel, granting us grace, kindness, mercy, and favor. And let us say, Amen.
Amen.
Ascribe all of your greatness unto Jehovah Elohim, and render honor to the Torah.
Amen.
And
You shall love Jehovah Elohim with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind. And these words which I command be this day forever in your heart. And you shall teach them diligently unto your children, and talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way of life, and for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be brothers between your eyes, and you shall write them on the door, and upon your gates. Amen. Amen. Amen.
Gadelu iti Yehovah, Neremo Lema Shemo Yadai. Magnify Yehovah with me. Let us exalt his name together. Lekai Yehovah Hagedula.
You, Jehovah, are the greatness,
Where Hagedura.
and the power,
Eret.
and the glory,
Where Hanetzach.
and the victory,
Where Hahod.
and the majesty.
What Hashemai Uba Aretz.
For all that's in heaven and earth are
Lekai
yours.
Yehovah Mamleka.
You are the kingdom, O Jehovah,
Abitna Sele Korlerosh.
and you are exalted as head above all.
Romebo Yehovah Elohim Ishtakula Hagom Ragai.
Exalt Jehovah Elohim, worship that is footstool.
Hagoshu.
For Yah is holy.
Romebo Yehovah Elohim Ishtakula Hagacho.
Exalt Jehovah Elohim, worship that is holy hill.
Ikadosh Yehovah Elohim.
For Jehovah Elohim is holy. Hallelujah.
Ya hallelujah, exchange Yehovah keep Ishkab Shemot Levado. Jehovah has given all good unto you. May Yah give all good unto you forever. Let them praise the name of Jehovah. His name alone is exalted. Although our edits was Shemayim, within Karim Lamot, here the Kal Chasidah, Lifnei Israel. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Jehovah's grandeur is above the earth and heaven. Yah has lifted up a horn for his people,
To the praise of all his loved ones, even of the children of Israel,
the people near unto him.
Hallelujah.
La Yehovah es melon ten beges beheva. Who are they being now? I'm not real yet. Me, LA, Bahari Ho, me, a come become. I show that he capahim, Wale Baba, Selo, Nasala, Shaway, when Nashiro, this Bale Milma, Yisa beraka me e Yehovah uza taka me Elohe yizod. Zedo de la she me bakashe paneka Yaako Selah. Se ujarim hare seken. Hina se u pike olam with Yabo Malek Akabod. We say Malek Akabod. Yehovah is the Uz Weki born. Yehovah Gibor Milkama. Se ujarim hare seken. Se u pike olam with Yabo Malek Akabod. Mi Huse Malek Akabod. Yehovah Zebaoth. Malek Akabod. Selah. The earth is Jehovah's and fullness thereof, the world they that dwell therein. When he has founded upon the seas and established upon the floods, who shall ascend the hill of Jehovah? Or who shall stand in God's holy place? He that has clean hands and a pure heart, who has not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the blessings of Jehovah, and the righteousness of God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek Jehovah, that seek thy face for Yaakov Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and you lift up everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah strong and mighty, Jehovah mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and lift up everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? Jehovah Zebaoth, he is the King of glory. Selah.
In Eloheinu,
In Eloheinu,
in Kadoneinu,
in Kadoneinu,
in Kemalkeinu,
in Kemalkeinu,
in Kemoshienu,
in Kemoshienu,
Mikeloheinu,
Mikeloheinu,
Mikadoneinu,
Mikadoneinu,
Mikemalkeinu,
Mikemalkeinu,
Mieinu,
Mikemoshienu,
Nodeloheinu,
Eloheinu,
Nodeladoneinu,
Eloheinu,
Nodelemalkeinu,
Eloheinu,
Nodelemoshienu,
Eloheinu,
Baruch Eloheinu,
Eloheinu,
Baruch Adoneinu,
Baruch Adoneinu,
Baruch Malkeinu,
Baruch Malkeinu,
Baruch Moshienu,
Baruch Moshienu,
Atahu Eloheinu,
Eloheinu,
Atahu Adoneinu,
Adoneinu,
Atahu Malkeinu,
Malkeinu,
Atahu Moshienu, Atahu Shalitaru, Amuteinu Lefameka Eketoret Asami. Yes, amen.
There is none like our God, there is none like our Lord, there is none like our King, there is none like our Savior. Who is like our God? Who is like our Lord? Who is like our King? Who is like our Savior? We give thanks unto our God. We give thanks unto our Lord. We give thanks unto our King. We give thanks unto our Savior. Blessed be our God. Blessed be our Lord. Blessed be our King. Blessed be our Savior. You are our God. You are our Lord. You are our King. You are our Savior. You are the equal of our fathers, birth of fragrant incense.
Amen.
Hallelujah, Shabbat Kladon, Akola Det Gidula Liakse, Benishit Shelo, Asanu Hake, Ye Haratson, Lo Samno Abishpako, Ladawam, Shelo Sam, Kaino, Kae, Koreno, כל המונם, ואנחנו קוראים משתחווים ומודים לפני מלך המלכי המלכים קדוש ברוך הוא. It is for us to praise Jehovah, or to proclaim the greatness of the Creator of the universe. He has not made us like the pagans of the world, nor placed us like the heathen tribes of the earth. He has not made our destiny as theirs, nor cast our lot with all their multitude. We bend the knee, we worship, and give thanks unto Jehovah, King of things, the Holy One. Bless me. Jehovah Shamayim Knesset and it Moshe Yakaro Bashmanim Al Shekina Kuzo and me. Who will I know? Emit Malkano Efet Sulato, Akatu Beto, Lato, Yadata Hajom Oshen Mota, Eleva Beka, Yahowa Hoha Elohim, Bashamayim Bim Al Haaretz Mitaka. Jehovah stretched forth the heaven, laid the foundation of the earth. His word is in the heaven above, and his might manifested in lofty his heights. He is our God, and there is none else. In truth, he is our King, and there is none beside him. As is written in his Torah, know this day, consider in your heart, that Jehovah is God in the heaven above, and on the earth beneath, and there is none else. Hallelujah. Ashrei your favorite Tekaonia, hallelujah, Shelah. Ashrei Ha'am Shekakalo, Ashrei Ha'am Shel Yehovah Elohai. Happy are they that dwell in the house of Jehovah, that we are praising you, Selah. Happy is the people that in such a case, happy is the people whose God is Jehovah Elohim. Adonim Meka Elohai Hamelech Afraka Shekale Olam. Onyam Afraka Wahalala Shekale Olam. Kadol Yehol Mahula Me Obli Tuto Eke. Dole Dori Esabak Maseka Debura Deka. No, Adate Boro Deka Diveni Adeka. Asika. Ezu Uzmara Deka Yumru Gedula Deka. Asavaria. Sekerra tu Beka Yabuzika Deka. Yaramino. Kanum Barakum Yo Elek Apa Himu Gedal. Asay, Tob Yehovah Kovara Kamal Kohal, Asay, Yoduka, Yokana Seka, Kasideka, Yebergu, Dialine Hadam, Yeburodam, Kaboradam, Malkut Deka, Malkut Kot Olamim, Umem, Sheteka, Bekodor, so make Yehovah call on the fiend to keep the call, and Fufin, and they call Leka Yash, Belu, Watano, Taylor, Ema, et Akram. So, Botek Yadeka, must be a call guy, son, Zadik Yehovah called the Rakaru Kasibekol, Asai, Karo, Yehovah, Koran, the Kor Asher, Yiprobeho, and men, Retonia Rea, Yatse, Chawatam Ispa, Yoshe, Jamedo, and Kolhova, and Karashaim. Yashmi, Tehilat, Yehovah yet a pair with P, with Bareka, Basa, Chenkachone Ola, Wa Anak Nun, Neboreka, me Atawa at Olam. Hallelujah. I will extol you, Elohim, and I will bless your name forever and ever. Every day will I bless you. I will praise your name forever and ever. Great is your holy name to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall launch your works to another, and shall declare your mighty acts. On the majestic glory of your splendor, on your marvelous deeds will I meditate, and men shall speak of the mighty your awful acts, and I will recount your greatness. They shall pour forth the name of your great goodness, and shall exalt in your righteousness. Jehovah is gracious and merciful, and slow to anger, and great loving kindness. Jehovah is good to all. God send the mercies of all your works. All your works shall give thanks unto you, O Jehovah Elohim. Your loving ones shall bless you. They shall speak of the glory of your kingdom, and talk of your power, to make known to the sons of men Jehovah's mighty acts, and the majestic glory of Jehovah's kingdom. Your kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and your dominion will shroud all generations. Jehovah holds all that fall, and raises up all those that are bowed down. The eyes of all wait upon you, and you give them their food in due season. You open your hands and satisfy every living thing with favor. Jehovah is righteous in all his ways, and loving in all his words. Jehovah is nigh unto them that call upon
him. Lord, also hear their cry and will save them. Lord God, for all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak of the praise of Jehovah, and let all flesh bless your holy name. Amen. That we will bless your holy from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah. 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 Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say amen. 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 Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say amen. 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 Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say amen. Let everybody say Hallelujah. Oh, keep me out. While I tell the story. Oh, yes, I will obey. I'll go the way if you will keep me out. Oh, Somali, you see, I just want to love you. I just want to know you. No matter where I might be, my Lord. No matter what I might see, my Lord. No matter where my heart goes, Yahweh, keep me. Yahweh, keep me. Oh, Yahweh. For your glory, oh, keep me out. While I tell your story, oh, yes, I will obey. I'll go away if you will lead me on. You see, I just want to let you know. I just want to know. No matter where I might be, my Lord. No matter what I might see, my Lord. No matter where my heart goes, just want keep me. Keep me. Keep me.
People that is to be kept.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
We take our vote.
We pay homage
Elohei Abraham.
to the God of Abraham,
Elohei Yitzchak.
to the God of Isaac,
Elohei Yaakov.
to the God of Yaakov.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
At this time, we will be going to our replay portion. I believe we on replay number 3. So much time. You ever see the movie or picture where the person plays all the parts? And you do that a lot in movies. They play, I gotta be that person today. Okay. This time. I'll see the time. So we pray on that.
Yes.
Well, that. We'll listen from the news later on today. We had to our hospital. So, at this time. Move on with our prayer.
Amen.
That's what Lord's actually created for forgiveness, washing us and our family, our parents, our children, we don't know. We get, you get ill, sick, whatever the case is. Prayers go in. And that's the thing where we keep moving and thanking and praising for. We adjust ourselves. We have to physically adjust ourselves in life. Realize that. Okay. At this time, we're doing the Proverbs, study number 3. It says, "My son, forget not my teaching, but let thy heart keep my commandments.
For length of days and years of life, and peace will they add to thee.
Let not kindness and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck, write them upon the table of thy heart.
So shall thou find grace and good favor in the sight of God and man.
Trust in Jehovah with all thy heart, and lean not upon thine own understanding.
In all thy ways acknowledge him,
Well,
and he will direct thy paths.
be not wise in thine own eyes. Fear Jehovah and depart from evil.
It shall be health to thy navel, and marrow to thy bones.
Honor Jehovah with thy substance, and with the first fruits of all thine increase.
So shall thy barns be filled with plenty.
Well,
Thy vats shall overflow with new wine.
my son, despise not the chastening of Jehovah, neither spurn thou his correction.
For whom Jehovah loveth, he correcteth.
Well,
Even the Father, the Son, whom he delighteth.
happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that obtaineth understanding.
For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver,
Oh,
and the gain thereof than fine gold.
she is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her.
Length of days is in her right hand,
Well,
in her left hand are riches and honor.
her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace.
She is a tree of life to them that they hold upon her.
Well,
And happy is everyone that holdeth her fast.
Jehovah by wisdom found the earth. By understanding he established the heavens.
By his knowledge the depths were broken up, and
Well,
the skies dropped down with dew.
my son, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
So shall they be life unto thy soul,
Well,
and grace to thy neck.
then shalt thou walk in thy ways securely, and thou shalt not dash thy foot.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid.
Well,
Yea, thou shalt not lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet.
be not afraid of sudden terror, neither destruction of the wicked when it cometh.
For Jehovah will be thy confidence,
Well,
and will keep thy foot from being caught.
withhold not good from him to whom it is due, when it is in the power of thine hand to do it.
Say not unto thy neighbor, go and come again.
Well,
And tomorrow I will give when thou hast it by thee.
devise not evil against thy neighbor, seeing he dwelleth securely by thee.
Strive not with a man without cause,
Well,
if he have done thee no harm.
envy thou not the man of violence, and choose none of his ways.
For the perverse is an abomination to Jehovah,
Well,
but his counsel is with the upright.
the curse of Jehovah is in the house of the wicked, but he of the righteous.
If it concerns the scorners, he scorneth them.
Well,
But unto the humble he giveth grace.
the wise shall inherit honor, but as for fools, they carry away shame. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
That is the third leash delay. A lot of potent information here, given with this mislay here. And forget not my teachings. Let your heart keep my commandments. You see, not just, that's what we're talking about. It said, Spirit of the Lord. Spiritual is on. Well, let not forget my teaching. Let your heart keep the commandments of God. Let your thoughts, let the Spirit of y'all be in you. Okay? And keep it. Let your heart keep my commandments. That heart, that spiritual essence, that mindset is very important because that comes first. That's going to determine if you keep and how you keep. So let your heart keep my commandments. You know, because then that goes into the physical. So let your heart keep it first. For length of days and years of life and peace will they add to thee. So keeping the commandments of the Creator gives you length of days, years of life, not only life, but shalom. We want Chaim, life, but we also want within that life, shalom. Like that song that tells you, seek peace and pursue it. Seek many days. In those days that you seek, that you live, you want peace. You want peace and length of days. And you want to be resourceful. A complete package. So, it says, there will length of days and years of life and peace will they add to thee. This is an addition to what the Creator gives you when you keep the commandment. Let not kindness, within all that you get, but let not kindness forsake you. Chesed and image and truth forsake you. Always have kindness. See, we are people that should be kind to each other and should be kind to others. We're working on that. We haven't gotten there yet, completely, but it's about chesed, kindness. We should treat each other better than what we do. I mean, that's what we have to go. Kindness. Let not kindness and truth forsake you. That's supposed to be part of us. To care, to be kind to each other, to be kind to others. Very deep. And then it says truth. Don't let truth forsake us. That's supposed to be part of our character. Kindness and truth. Speak of the hospitality of our kind. We talk about it. But do we deliver that? To be hospitable. Do we deliver it? And it says, bind them about what? Thy neck. In other words, they're part of you. It's internalized. Remember it says, let your heart keep my commandments. So when you bind them upon your neck, it's not necessarily you're going to hold physically. No, metaphorically. This is supposed to be you. You bind truth and kindness within you. That's you. It's a mindset. It's a spiritual essence. The Ruach Elohim. That's what you're talking about here. Bind them about your neck. Write them upon the table of your what? Your heart. But we started out with, let not your heart forget, or let your heart keep my commandments. And then the third, it says, let not kindness and truth forsake you. Bind them about your neck and write them upon the table of your heart. So that is a factor. That's a part of our makeup. We need to learn how to be kind and truthful. Chesed, emet, it says. Okay? And it says, don't let them forsake you. You walk with that. Kindness. Let me give you that, sir. Man. You're hungry, let me feed you. Kindness. What you want? Now we all fall short of time, but we're supposed to be kind. We don't want to even come in. You just send off a spirit like, no. We're not supposed to be nasty people. No. Kindness and truth. So we have to develop that. That's why some people fall short of those things. Okay. Write them upon the tail of your heart. Now, once we do that, because remember the work goes in before the action, the results come in. For every action, there's a reaction. Well, so shall you find grace and good. You're going to find Cain and Sechal, Tov, in who? In the sight of God and man. And favor in the sight of who first? No side. Because you're kind and true. Because you have it in your heart, your mindset. And you live it. You do it. You perform it. So now, the rewards. The others just say payday coming after a while. So you do that work, and then it says, then you find favor in the sight of God and man. We want favor in God first without doing the work. We have to be kind and truthful. Then after we have to perform that, and with that, then you find grace in the sight of God, and not just the creator, but also men, people. We want people to show us favor, but are we showing kindness and truth? Well, Mishle shows you how. Then it says, trust in Jehovah with all your what? All your heart. And lean not upon your own understanding. Because sometimes we think we're more intelligent than the creator. No. If the creator gives it to you and he says it, so be it. That's why the trust comes in. Trust in Jehovah and lean not upon our own understanding. I know it's difficult, but that's where we differ from the nations. Even we can't explain it, or sometimes understand it, we trust in the Creator. Unlike others, because if it's not tangible for a lot of people, they say, oh no. So we trust in the Creator that He's going to guide us, right? And that's why it was Abraham that says, God, He trusted. You see, and that's the difference with us and other nations. Our faith is a very important part of our walk. Lean not to your understanding. In all your ways, what? You acknowledge Him. Whose way? In how we live, how we perform, our activity, our actions, even our words. In all your ways, you acknowledge Him. And because you acknowledge Him in all your ways, you spend whatever powers you have that you possess in your language, in your talk, in your finance, in whatever you're learning. You acknowledge God, that God has allowed you to have whatever it is that you have. Your businesses, your peace, your children, their welfare, their success, your healing, their healing. Once you acknowledge and thank Him for it, what happens is He directs your paths. He becomes your director. Because you acknowledge that now anything you have good doesn't come from Him. He is the resource for everything that we have. That when we first wake up in the morning, is He wakes us up, allows us to breathe. He allows the world to breathe whether they know it or not. So then He directs your path. If you want to be directed by the Creator, there's things that we must do. Acknowledge Him. We don't do this on our own. We don't get anything on our own. It's through Him. And now our path is directed. Because now you understand where it comes from. You know who's your Father. Now He can direct your path. Because then it means that now you're submitting to the Creator. And that's why they say in other groups in Islam, so it's one who submits. You submit to the Creator. You understand? To the will of the Creator. He acknowledges so that he can't direct your path if you don't submit to Him. That's like trying to take someone or as to take a horse and put them, they're not submitting. You can go places with people easier if they submit. So if we submit to the Creator, then He'll guide our paths. But first, it's the saying that they have that one must be teachable. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You have to be ready. But some people fight it, so they're not ready. That's why I say you can't force people this way. It has to be on their own, their deed, their own will. The Creator has to open them up to it, and then they'll come. You can't. It's a difference. And always acknowledge Him, and He will direct your path. For be not wise in what? Our own eyes. Fear Jehovah, respect Jehovah, and what? Depart from evil. What God considers evil, stay away from. It shall be health to what? Your neighbor. And marrow to your bones. You know what marrow to your bones? What? That helps the blood. That's how when you depart from evil, okay, and doing the Creator's commandment, it keeps you healthy. That's what the neighbor. It keeps what? Health to your neighbor. Okay, therefore, or healing. It becomes healing to you. Torah becomes healing for you. You see, everybody thinks it's something you always have to drink or take. No. Just the Spirit of Yah, the Lord Elohim, begins to heal you. And that's why He said, after you do certain things, He said, then your health will be restored. Because it's not just a physical thing for us. It's a spiritual essence as well. It's an active life that you have to do. And now your health restored and marrow to your bones. It says, honor Yahweh with all your substance, with all your honeka, and with all the first fruits of your increase. So when you give to people, when you tithe, when you pay your dues, your offerings to the Creator, you honor the Creator. Because if it wasn't for the Creator, we wouldn't have incomes. We wouldn't have salaries. So He's an overall paymaster to keep you employed, keep resources coming in, all aspects. He is it. So you honor Him with the substance once you get it. And with your first fruits of all your increases, whatever it is, plant-wise, money-wise, thought-wise, education-wise, your degrees, you honor Him with it. You thank Him. That's why we always have to give back. It says, so, and when you do that, this is the key. People want the keys to success. You go to seminars, you go to find the key to success. What's the key to wealth, of having, or progressiveness? Well, this is here. Honor your whole with your substance, whatever you may have, a lot or little. You honor Him with it. And then, so in 10 verse says, so shall your barns be filled with what? With plenty. So you mean by me giving to the Creator or giving to His will that now my barns, my cabinets, my bank accounts, my bonds, it was a bond of my mind. Whatever your storage you have, I'll fill it. I'll make sure you eat. These are the key factors for us as a people, and also for the nations that take hold of them. So shall your bonds be filled with plenty, and your vats. A vat is a storage space for a lot of storage for food and wine. When it's stored liquid wine, it's stored. So now your barns will be filled. So your corn, all your grains will be there. Because we just think that it's based on how much we work on. No. Man does not live by bread alone, but every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh man live. So I'm saying it's not just a physical thing. And I say this oftentimes. It's not just what you do, it's what Yah bless what you do. And He calls the Ruach, the Spirit, to go out, and now the resources commands the blessing, as Deuteronomy 28 says, to overtake you. So if you want your barn filled, there's things that you must do. To get those barns filled, it's not just because the Creator, but you can do all the physical work and you still end up. So the thing is to work along with what the Creator has set up. So on your whole with your substance and with your fruit, first fruit, so your barns will be filled with plenty. That's the key. You want plenty? And it says sabah. Sabah means the satisfaction. And your vats overflow with new wine. You will always have substance. You'll have new wine coming in. Those two verses are very powerful for those who are on the aggressive or progressive movement. Study this. My son, despise not the chastity of Jehovah, neither spurn down His correction. Don't be upset when God chastises. He spanks us. The Creator spanks us, in many different ways. He said, because why? For whom Jehovah loveth, He corrected. If He loves you, He's going to correct you in measures. It's like your parents or anyone who care about you. They're going to correct you. Sometimes it's a physical little spanking, sometimes it's verbal. But because they care about you and they know if you're not corrected and left to your own behavior, you will destroy yourself. So that's why if you love them, you correct them. Because if you don't love someone, you let them keep doing the things that are wrong, and you know what's going to happen in the end. It's going to end up not good for them. So that's why I said, don't despise Jehovah when he corrects you. Okay, for whom Jehovah loveth, he corrected. Even as a father, the son in whom he delighted. You love your children, and your children love, but you have to deal with them. You have to give them correction. Sometimes it's a physical thing, a rod. Sometimes it's a verbal thing. But you're correcting them because you don't want to see them hurt in the end. That's love. For the merchandise of it says, happy is the man that finds wisdom. The person, the woman, the man, if you find wisdom, and then you obtain understanding. Because you have to get wisdom, but you have to get understanding. You're happy to get that because not everybody understands life in general. They don't. You know how many years we still what we do. We still at our age now, we're still looking for certain understandings. Yeah. And when you find it, because some things come through years. Some things come and when you acquire experience. But when you find that understanding, okay, it says happy if he, all right. For the merchandise of it, of wisdom and understanding, is better than what? Merchandise of silver and the gain thereof than gold. It's not that don't get gold, it's not gold. It's saying that happiness of finding understanding and wisdom is better than gold because wisdom will help you get the gold and keep it. To obtain it and to maintain it. So you're happy is the man that findeth wisdom and the man that obtained understanding. For the merchandise of it, understanding and wisdom is a merchandise. It's valuable because you can lose physical value and regain it again through wisdom and understanding. Because you have that wisdom and understanding, you can regain the wealth that you lost. But without it, because maybe it was something that was passed down to you, but you lost it, but you don't have the wisdom, the knowledge of how to obtain it again. So happy is you have that knowledge because now you have it, can no one take it away. That's it. That's the beautiful thing about finding wisdom and understanding. It's better than the problem of putting down gold and silver. Is saying the gain thereof is better than gold and silver because that is what gets you gold and silver, the wisdom that you have in understanding. She is more precious than rubies. All the things that I can't desire not to be compared to her. Because why? Wisdom and understanding teach you how to what? As it says in the 16th verse, length of days is in her right hand. It gives you length of days. Okay? That wisdom, that keeping Torah, it show you how to lengthen your days and not shorten them. And it says, not only did it give you length of days, but in her left hand are riches and honor. So you can have, because the wisdom and understanding teach you how to get your days lengthened and how to get substance, how to get riches and also honor. You need kabod, glory, honor. It teaches you that too. That's why you have a complete book the Creator's giving you that you can utilize, not just physical and spiritual, but all other means you can get through this. That's why we should be the best equipped people in the world. Well, I think that the tools here we're not utilizing. And we see others utilize them and they get the reward. So as it goes into the 870, her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. Ways of pleasantness. So all of this is connected. She's pleasant. You get wisdom, you understand it, it gives you peace. Paths, the ways are peace. It's pleasant. You know how to deal with pleasantness or to obtain pleasantness. Because some of us, that's not what we attract. Because that's not what we put out. So it teaches you how to get those things. Paths of peace and pleasantness. Okay, all her ways are pleasant and her paths are peace. Well, we don't get it. That's because we're not doing her ways, the ways of wisdom, the ways of understanding. We're doing other things. But if you want paths of peace and pleasantness, follow this information here. This is a format, and the format comes from the Creator. She is a tree of life to them that what? Lay hold on her. You know what's amazing about our predecessors in the garden? They didn't reach for the tree of life, which was there. They reached for the knowledge of good and what? Evil. Well, listen. She's a tree of life to them that lay hold on her. Lay hold on her tree of life. Okay? And happy is everyone that what? Holds her fast. That means not just get it, but hold on to it. Hold on to the wisdom. Hold on to the understanding. Because it leads to what? Happiness. Riches and honor. But you got to hold on to it. It's like a roller coaster. You hold on. You don't let it go. Hold on to it. In the end, you begin to see. You don't see the light. If you start, you will see it. But you must, it says hold fast. Or lay hold upon it, right? That's what it says, right? She's a tree of life to them that what? Hold upon her. Lay hold. That means you got to grasp it. And then it makes you happy. Then comes the happiness. We want everything to happen instantaneously. Life is not like that. You got to hold on and enjoy. Start to pay, as the elders say, payday comes after a while. Jehovah by wisdom found the earth. Understanding, he established the heaven. His knowledge is in the depth are broken up, and the skies drop down to dew. My son, let them not depart from thine eyes. Keep what? Wisdom and what? Mismema, discretion. Some things a lot of us lack. It's at certain times, discretion. Discretion will help you, will keep you. Being discreet. Me, as I said, rezima, as I said, we need that. When and when not to do it. Because everyone don't have that, or at least we don't use it all the time. So we understand how, but these things we suppose that's a part of our makeup. It's a part of makeup. It says, keep sound wisdom and discretion. All right? Because why? So shall they add life unto your soul. Helps you live, being discreet. Knowing when discretion will keep you. Sometimes when you're not discreet, you can lose your life. So shall they add life unto your soul and grace to your neck. Then shall you walk in the way and be what? Secure. When you're discreet, when you're wise. We don't do this for no. Everything that we do, the teacher's supposed to bring about good results. It says, when you lie down, you should not be a what? Afraid. Why are we afraid? Servant children of God, we lie down. You're not supposed to be afraid. Okay? When you lie down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yea, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be what? Sweet. Sweet. Okay? Sweet. You lie down, and your sleep will be sweet. Nice. Okay? No nightmares. Not worrying. We are people supposed. Yaakov stepped in the dark upon the rock. What no lights, traffic lights, and city lights. Out in the wilderness. And he didn't worry. Went right to sleep. That's when he dreamed about angels, ascending and descending. You see, when he woke up, he was like, "Oh my God, this is God." But he wasn't afraid. We're not supposed to fear when we lie down to sleep, because we know that who protects us while we sleep? The Most High God keeps us. Very deep. Our sleep supposed to be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden terror of destruction of the wicked when it comes. So when things befall us, don't be fearful. We have to put it in the hands of the Creator, right? Okay. It says, for Jehovah will lay thy confidence. Jehovah will be who? Your confidence. Do we understand that? Jehovah will be your confidence. And he will keep your foot from being caught. Even when things happen that not so good, guess what? He gets us out of them. He gets our children out of situations. Because he's our confidence. Withhold not good from him whom it is due. When it's in the power of your hand to do it. All right? People that should be rewarded, reward them. Treat them well. As we said, that you should have your flowers while you're living. Because, when you're deceased, you can't smell it. Be kind to people whom it is due. It's not always due to everyone, but it's okay to bless people and do things to people that are kind and good that deserve it, especially those who I will call put forth and do things. So that's what it says. Withhold not good from him to whom it is due. Some things we were doing. But we seem today to reward people from doing bad rather than doing the ones that do good. So withhold not from him whom it is due. When it is in the power of your hand to do it. You understand? When it's a power. When Brother Smith paid for all those Howard University student loans, he had the power in his hand to do it, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you do. He paid for all the student loans. You know how long it takes you lifetime? Some of the lifetime over this paying student loan. But he paid it. The billionaire paid it. That's what you do. When it's in the power, in his power to do it. Mm-hmm. You go, bro. You do things like that. You take care of people. You reward people. Say, here, brother. Here, sister. Sometimes it's just, you know what? I appreciate you. I see what you do. It's not always a physical thing. Sometimes just it's the gratitude. And that's some things that we lack as the people is to show gratitude and appreciation for the things that we have or the people that God has put in our life. And just to say thank you to co-workers, family members, we just lose that. Yeah, because there are people doing good, but they don't get that. So, you have a Mother's Day coming up. No, we don't necessarily always, celebrate Mother's Day, but it's not a bad thing. We should be honoring our parents all the time in one day. You know what I mean? But if they are sincere about doing those things, then fine. Not just a commercial situation. You understand? Because guess what? Mama, you do that. You do that. Honor. So, Mama, I'm going to honor you and be good. I'm going to buy you that house because it's in my power. You always wanted that. No, it's in my power. You're supposed to roll out for your parents if it's in your power. With all the things that they've done with you and from you. I mean, you give them the world if you can. Figure of speech, brothers and sisters. I'm just saying, what is in your power? And they don't even have to be family. When you see people do things and you know that you can help them in the way you do it because they're doing good. When they donate their time to help and feed people and clubs, you have those people out there that just do it from the heart and they don't have. So people come up to them and say, here, I see what you do. Here. Because you see and you know. And if you did this, how much more better place it would be. Because a lot of people feel unappreciated. It's your job. A lot of workers feel that they're not appreciated. Why don't you tell your worker, hey, you're doing a good job. And we had supervisors like that. Like the job you're doing, you're doing it great. You know how much that makes you feel better and give you more enthusiasm? You know you're getting paid, but just the fact that you're doing a great job there. When customers come on and say, you're doing a great job, thank you, appreciate you. You know the difference that it makes? If you come in when you go to Knesset, you tell the people, work in it, you're doing a great job with appreciation. You know the difference in the being? Okay. Yeah, it don't have to be physical money, but just that. We do that. You tell a mailman, I appreciate you. The garbage man, I appreciate you, brother. And during the holiday time, you may bless them. Guess what? You'll always get your mail delivered. They'll make sure you get your mail. They'll make sure your garbage get taken. Even when it's something wrong, they don't worry about it. I'm telling you. It's just a matter of looking out and people seeing, thank you. You don't realize that makes a difference. Traders give you the tools in here. And, in closing, say not unto thy neighbor, go in and come again, and tomorrow I will give it when thou hast. In other words, sometimes people tell you they have it, especially people that owe you money. I ain't got it. They got it wrong, but they don't get it. So, no, that's not something that you want to talk about culture. God's culture is, no, You don't go back. When you have it, you give them. That's why it says here, say that to your neighbor, go and come again, and tomorrow I will give it to you. When you have it, you already have it. You know, like, I get you tomorrow, but you have it by you. I said, wow. See, things you learn how to do. No, I got it over here. Okay? Because tomorrow you might not have it. Okay? What is due to them? Devise not evil against your neighbor, see he dwells securely by thee. People who support you, you don't do evil to them. You don't hurt them. Seeing he dwells securely by you, he got your back. But she has your back. Why would you wrong them?
Right.
No, you don't do that, people. You take care of those who take care of you. They have to learn that. Strive not with the man without cause. If you have done thee no harm, do not to you. Why you fight against people who do not to you? Sometimes we get like, no, you gotta change that. All right? Envy thou not the man of violence and choose none of his ways. Simple as that. Self-explanatory. Don't envy the person that's doing all this harm because you feel like, because people do things because it gets some honor or glory in another world. Don't follow them. That's wrong. And a lot of times we tear people down in life in order that we look good. We talk about people, what they wear, what they have, what they is, especially when you're in a crowd of others who do the same. You don't do that. Okay? You don't pull somebody down so you can look good. That's small, but people do it. They make themselves look good by going after other people. And that's not what we do. We should do. No. We want to do it, so we're going to put them down. No, we don't. What we're supposed to do is lift people up. Not talk about them. When she go to saying that, maybe that's all she has. Maybe that's all the food they have. So stop that. No. You lift them up. Well, that dress so look good on you. That's so look good on you, bro. So we have to learn how to lift people up and give people strength. And guess what? When you do that, people never forget you. Because you make them feel better. Really, they don't, hey, how you doing? Difference. Because a lot of people's spirits are low now. So as in closing it says that for the perverse is an abomination to Jehovah, but his counsel is with the upright. If the perverse are abomination to the Creator. But God's counsel is with those who are Yashar, who's righteous. When you live right, you get the counsel of the Creator. The Creator send you people in your life to help you. They may not even be Israel. And because you live a certain way, you begin to get the help from other people. From other people who don't look like you. From other ethnic groups, it doesn't matter. The Creator is a God of all, so he sent you what you need from all over. That's what he does. When you the curse of Jehovah is in the house of the wicked. So if you're wicked, guess what? Like I always said, you can say prayers and barakas in the house, but don't mean the house is blessed. If the people in the house are not living righteously, then the house is not blessed. He says the curse of Jehovah is in the house of the wicked. But he blesses what? The habitation of the righteous. You don't have to have nobody bless your house, but it's great. But here's what he lives. If you live right and righteous, your house is blessed. That's just how it is. You bring the blessing to the house based on your behavior. We are people. That's our portion. We live based on Torah. Our blessings based on our behaviors. What we do. It is in concerning the scorners, he scorneth them, but unto the humble he giveth grace. Giveth grace to those who are humble. You scorn, you bad, he gives you strength. God give you according to your ways. The wise shall inherit honor. But as for the fools, they carry away what? Shame. The wise will inherit honor. You will inherit that if you're wise. But if you're foolish, what you're going to get is shame. So don't be foolish. We see this all the time. And I thank Jehovah for this portion. And I hope that we've had can gain things out of here. But just remember, as it started out, forget not who Jehovah's teaching. Let our heart, our mind, our spirit keep his commandments. That's what they term the letter of the law. Okay, because everything is not written in the scriptures, you know. You gotta be, everything's not. God didn't have to tell, you don't remember God told Adam what to name Adam.
Right.
Because when you're one with the Creator, you'll know.
Right.
As often time you will know. You know what's wrong and right because nobody had to tell you because you know that's why God had to tell you later, I'm not like you. You thought I was like you, Israel. I'm not like you. I'm not like you. As the heaven is higher than the earth is my footstool. You don't think like me. So the whole point is you always have to remember you want to be like the Creator. You want to move like the Creator. You want to be what? Righteous, holy. That's how it goes. Okay. So your heart keep His commandments because they're going to give us the length of days, the peace, the wealth, whatever it is that comes from the Creator. So we have to function in a certain way. So it's always building ourselves up, and building others up. You know, that's what we have to be kind and hospitable with people. You know, and also how you, as it says, how are you going to be the repairers of the breach? There's breaches out here. I don't care how strong we love them, people have pain, hurt, broken families are broken mind, everything was broken. From the head to the feet, it says, come on. So we got to heal. Oh, it's easier to beat people up, but it's harder to heal. Talk about it, but not say good things to them. Help them. Make them feel good. Help them with this issues they have. Healing. We all sick. But we heal ourselves through prayer and then we heal others. You share that love. In the world, they say share the gospel. Hey, it's share it. It's good. Help people. Help ourselves. Because that is what we have to exhilarate and the Creator. You emulate the Creator. Oh, we know when it's time to do things that may not be so good. You have to give a spanking here and there. That can come. But even with that, like your children, when you spank them, tomorrow they get ice cream. They trying to figure it out. You spanked me yesterday, but when you deserve one, you get that. You get a verbal spanking, physical spanking. Because I love you. I care for you. And the people out there see the same thing. Little boy on the block see you. That's why when there's always the people, little boys in the neighborhood, little girls always run to your house. Every barbecue, guess what? They sit in your yard. Their mama be saying, that ain't your mama, I'm your mama. Because you spend more time with that family because it's something that you're not just the food, sometimes the way you be treated. You get a hug. You surprised hugging your children. Talking, it's different. Come on, little boy, get in the car. Your mama, can you go? I'm going. He going to Coney Island. Hey, you know that means a big thing. They went you. That's what happened. They grew up with you like family treated. That's what you're supposed to be an example in the neighborhood like that. All children's life. When you see kids run away from you, you gotta ask them, what kind of spin you have? Don't go by that house, man. Stop bouncing. We had neighbors that don't bounce that basketball. A lot of kids on that line. They don't play in the street. Well, guess what? That might be a neighbor who fall down, and those same children will look at her because she was mean to her. So, no, the proper thing is to lift her up. But my point is that you, in the position, must understand you got to be kind to me because you don't know the day or the hour that you're going to need kindness, or your children or grandchildren. And they might say, oh, that's so-and-so's son or daughter. Don't help her. That's not correct, but that's how they think. So be kind. Oh, yo, your father, yeah, help them. Yeah, they good. Make sure they get their grandfather. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't hurt to be kind. Good people. You don't know when it's coming, how it's coming, but believe me, you put seeds in it, earth, as you said, what you sow, you reap. And if you don't reap it, it bounces off to the children, the grandchildren. Okay? And even when I was at the job and different guys' children came on the job, they got treated better. Oh, that's Joe's son. That's Joe's daughter. Yo, that's Joe. That's Joe's daughter. Come on, I'm taking him out. Because Joe was a good guy. But if your father was a bad, we had those. Nobody want to deal with you. You taking it to school, the guy's like, nah, man, I want him. Yeah. It pays to do well. You don't know how or when. But people see things and they know. That's what Mishle shows us a lot how to be. So let's build our character, improve our characters, because we all should be outgoing in that right way, even where we live. Even if there are no Israelites around you, people get to respect you, know you. Say, hey, hi. Yo, that's some people down there. Yeah, they're cool people, man. Yeah, they look out. You feed people. You send food to people if you have it, and especially if you need it. You feed their children. You take them to school. Get in the car. Let's go, boy. Why are you late? Come here. All right. You don't leave them walk in and they walking home. You put them in your car. Take them home. You live that cross street. You made bottle clothes. Give them lunch money. You do things like that. It's a difference. And they don't forget because those same children, a lot of times, go to be great people. And they never forget. They never forget what you did for them. Even if they become criminals, they still remember you. I know this Yehudis, they could be sitting in prison doing life, and they ask for you. I'm just telling you what happened. They remember you showed them how to younger. They make a difference. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
As we move on into the Torah portion for today, I read here. I read this going to help with this. We're in the portion of the heart and the Bechukosai. It's a double portion. We're going to look for that. But I just want to give the blessing as we stand for the blessing before that portion. As we say, is Baruch Yo HaMevarach.
Baruch Yo Baruch Le'olamai.
Baruch Yo HaMevarach Le'olamai. Baruch Atah Yehovah. HaMevarach Le'olamai. Baruch Atah Yehovah Eloheinu Melech HaOlam. Asher Baka B'numi Kolamim. V'Netanu Et HaTorah. Baruch Atah Yehovah Notein HaTorah. Amen. That is translated word for word, as we often say. We try to read it sometimes for people who understand it and don't understand it. Bless forever and ever. Bless our thou, Jehovah God, King of the universe, who selected, who selected and chose us from all the nations on this earth and gave us his Torah. Blessed are you, Jehovah, for giving us the Torah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, I mean, just think of all these millions of people. You say, this is what I'm going to give it to you. Come on. You've been chosen. As I said, if we had to choose, we didn't choose God. God chose us. He chose us to say, look, I'm going to choose. So we have an obligation to live up from being selected. So the world was made for few, but only few will survive. Many are called, but few are chosen. You are the chosen one. There are those who are called, but they're not chosen. You are chosen. And that's special. You got to understand the greatness of being chosen. To whom much is given, much is demanded. And something you have to give back or pay back because he chose us. So let's just keep that in our awareness. We're going to be going to the 25th chapter of the book of Sefer Yikra, of the book of Leviticus. We'll try to get through this as much as possible. Because as a people who had a government, who had a history, a constitution, creator is our foundation. Our theocracy is run by the creator. And our behavior is very important. How we conduct our lives is very important. Okay. And so we're going to the portion of the heart first. 25th chapter. And we'll ask Malik to give us the first verse of the 25th chapter. Malik?
And Yahweh spoke to Moshe, Mount Sinai, saying, Speak to the people of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath to Yahweh.
Okay. So in that verse, when you speak to the children of Israel, say unto them, when you come, Tiba'u, Wa'u, El Haaretz, Asher Aninotain, that I give unto you, Shavta, a rest, a Sabbath, Haaretz, the land, Ashabat Yahweh shall keep. So before we enter the land, we were told that when we come into the land, when we get into the land shall keep the Sabbath to Yahweh. The Sabbath is dedicated to the Creator. The Shabbat, the word Shabbat means to rest, to desist. And it's going to give us more information concerning this Sabbath, or this particular Torah of the land. Okay? We have laws pertaining to land, and what people term nature. Okay? So now, in the third verse, it says what?
6 years you shall sow your field. In 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in its fruits.
So, in other words, when you get in the land, you're going to sow your land or plant your land for 6 years. You're ikalim, your farmers. Your ranchers, your farmers, your business people, but you have land. So for 6 years, Sheish Shanim, 6 years, Tizra, you shall sow Sadecha, your field. With Sheish Shanim, in 6 years, Tizmor, you shall prune Karmeka, your vineyard. But Asafta, and gather in Tebu Ata, its crops, right? So you don't gather because when you're planting in order to gather. Okay, we turn that what we call reaping. All right, when you reap. So you got 6 years, you shall prune your vineyard and gather in your fruits. You're pruning, you're cutting, you're taking care of. All right, you're looking after. So in 6 years, you're sowing, which means you're doing some sort of what? Work. You're agriculturalist here. And you're planting. Because you're planting something, expecting something to grow that you can utilize. Or the same way when you go into work, you plant your seeds. The seeds that you plant. And when you do the work at the end of the week, every 2 weeks, you expect your crops to grow, and your crops in that fashion becomes your paycheck. Your businesses, you set up, you run, and when the production comes in, the money comes in, you're rewarded. That's your crop in your day and time. And sometimes you do both. But the fact is that you have to plant in order to reap. So you sow. You plant in order to reap. Most farmers and people do go plant looking for crops to grow that they're going to utilize for themselves, or they're going to use the crops for a business. When you work, you're looking to get the proceeds utilized in your life to feed you, your family, to invest. Must go in the land. It creates the laws of the land, so that because it talks about it says in the fourth verse, you're planting 6 years. But in the fourth verse it says what, Malik?
But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest to the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. You shall not sow your field nor prune your vineyard.
So, Bashana Hashabi'i, in the 7th year is a Shabbaton. It is in the 7th year is a Shabbaton. It's a Shabbat to Yahweh. The land will keep a Shabbat to Yahweh. Okay, so in that time, the land is going to keep the Sabbath. We keep the Shabbat as people, but also the land is now going to keep the Shabbat. Now the land keeps the Shabbat also every 7th day with us. But this is a special Sabbath for the land. Okay, it's going to let you know why. Shabbat Shana should be each Shabbat Shabbaton to ye La'aret. There shall be for the land a Shabbat to Jehovah. So this is a special Shabbat for the land, personal for the land and the creator. And lo tilzah, you should not sow your karmeka, your vineyard. Lo tease more, no prune. Okay. Now here's the thing about this that's unique. The 5th verse says what?
That which grows of its own accord of your harvest you shall not reap,
Right.
nor gather the grapes of your vine undressed, for it is a year of rest to the land.
So in this 5th verse, it's Sephiak, that which grows of its own. Sephiak. Sephiak Tetzira, Tetzreka, that which grows of its own of your harvest. Lo titzor, you should not harvest. Whereat in they means zireka, and the grapes that you set aside for yourself, and then said to separate. Lo titzor, you should not gather in. Shall not Shabbaton, because it's a year of the Sabbath to your whole. All right. So the grapes that you would normally gather in, all right, you're gonna leave it. Now, what's happening here is that the vegetation is having what we call natural fertilizers. Everything is going back to the ground because it's like when you fertilize the ground, it's like people put conditioners in their hair, right? Nourishes the hair. Well, the ground is natural fertilizers. You take things, fruits and vegetables that they put it, and then put it back in the ground to fertilize the ground. It fertilizes the ground, natural fertilizer. It's a process, so you just want to leave it. It's like leaving your hair, you grow, wow. It grows, because you're not cutting it, and it grows. Well, the land is the same way. And it revitalizes the vitamins in it. Well, this is one aspect of it. What happens is the land rests. See, we just don't work land. We understand the spiritual connection to the land and how it's connected to the Creator and how it's going to yield to us. Okay? And the unique thing about that, it's going to say more in the 6th verse. Go ahead. The 6th verse says what?
And the Sabbath produce of the land shall be food for you. For you and for your servant and for your maid, and for your hired servant, and for the stranger who sojourns with you.
Now, this is what I call, sometimes people think it's conflicting because here it says, you should not your field nor prune your vineyard. In the 4th verse, okay? And so we said, well, it says right here, and then it says that which grows of its accord of your harvest, you shall not reap. All right, the 5th verse. And gather grapes of your vineyard, but it's a year of rest of the land. But in the 6th verse it says, and the Sabbath produce of the land shall be what? Food for you. So in other words, to understand what reaping is, what gleaning is, in other words, what happens is you're not going to plant this year. You're not going to go out with baskets and the various things and gather like that. That's why it says in the 5th verse it says, that which grows of its own accord of your harvest, you shall not reap. You're not reaping. But you can go out and say, well, I'm eating this for the day. You see the difference is when reaping, that's why the terms to consider is very important when you're looking at the terms that they use, because for some people it may be confusing. Because on one hand, it's saying, the Sophia, that which grows up itself, your harvest, consider that by low teak soil, you should not harvest. But see, harvesting is like something you're doing on a large scale. Baskets going out there. No. Here in the 6th verse, and the Shabbat produce of the land shall be food for you. All right. In other words, the Sabbath produce, which means because the land is lying still, it's in a sabbatical state, you're allowed to go out and take from it to eat. Okay, but you can't gather like you got baskets, this and that, no. Okay, and not only you, it says it should be food for you. It'll be for your servant, your maid, your hired servant, and for the stranger who sojourns with you. So To clarify, it's resting from your planting, and you're actually doing a full reap. But you can't eat from it. You go out and eat food for the day. But you're not going and making a whole business of it, like you would normally do. So it should be a Sabbath produce of the land for you. To what? The okla, to eat. All right, lekah for you, and for your abdeka, your servant, and the amateka, your female servant, and least tireka for your hired servant, those who you actually hiring, your resident, neighbors, hagarim, imam, for you. So in other words, your service in the community, they're allowed to come in for that 7th year and take out of your land. Now, normally, the way it works with us, when it's time to get our crops, let's say it's not the 7th year, we go get our crops out of our field. However, we don't take the corners of the field. We leave them for people like the widow, the fatherless, the stranger, those who are crop, even the animals come in and eat. But that will be called. There's a certain time we call it's all right. And the people that do that, see, we reap as the owners of it. But now, once we finish reaping, but we know that we can't take the corners, you gotta leave that behind. Or even if you drop something, we leave it for those who don't have it. And now we call that time. Now, when you finish, it's a term called gleaning. The gleaners come in, and they are allowed to take from the field. That's other than the 7th year. In the 7th year, we ourselves can eat from the field, but not in a large magnitude with baskets like we eat in other years prior. And then the other neighbors, and those who are less fortunate, come in and take their corn. That's my corn. You take it. No. This is how we have to operate in our land. Because it created, it's letting the land rest, it's rejuvenating, it's recharging, at the same time blessing the people. So you can take those factors and extract that from life too, that one must rest, but at the same time one must get it. Allow the others to have. And that's a balance. It's a balance. Keep a balance like that. Now in the 7th verse it says what?
And for your cattle and for the beasts that are in your land shall all its produce be food.
You see, so now, leave Hemateka for your cattle and Kaya and the beasts that are in our land. Azeka, Tiye, Paul Tebu Ata, shall its produce be for Akka, for cattle, for food. You understand? So even the animals can come in at this time and eat. Beasts, if they're lions or whatever come in, they can eat. Look how the balance the creator shows. You have, the less fortunate have, even the animals can come in and eat of this land at this sabbatical year, this 7th year. Okay? And the 8th verse says what?
And you shall count 7 Sabbaths of years to you.
So in other words, so far time, you should count like Shabbatot Shanim. You got 7 Sabbaths. In other words, 7 Sabbaths. Every 7 Sabbath sabbatical years. So this year, after that 7th year, we count another 7 years. You got another Sabbath. So for 7 Sabbaths, you have 49 sabbatical years. And then what happens? Continue.
7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be to you for 49 years.
Okay.
And then you shall cause the shofar to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall you sound the shofar throughout all your land.
So what happens is, what we just read about, every 7 years we're going to do that. Now we're getting this information for we actually taking hold or account of the land prior. You're being educated, you're going to a university created before you get in to know what you have to do. You're in internship. You're on the job training. But you're being provided with information to know how to operate this land, because the operation of this land is very important for us, okay, in order for us to stay in the land. We have to know how to treat the land, how to care for the land. Okay, so part of it is that when we get the land, that we can work it for 6 years. And the 7th year, we're not plowing. Okay? We're not going out to reap as we normally do. We're allowing it to grow. We're allowing others to come in to eat. Okay? And now this happens every 7 years. Now, within a 49th year, that means you kept this 7 times. Every 7 years, you're doing this. But in that next year is what we call Yovel, Jubilee. Okay? And that's also, so you got 2 sabbatical years back to back. So it lets you know in a 7-year cycle, Sheba Shabbatot, Hashanim, and Tesha, 49 years. Why? You shall sound the shofar. Here's what we do. But the shofar sounds in the what? In the 7th month. Okay? On the 7th month, I said Lakodet. On the 10th day of the month is what? Yom Kippur. So you have the 7th month, we have Yom Teruah. We're blowing the shofars and new moon. And then 9 days later, we go into the 10th day. Now it's the same day that's Yom Kippur. That's when you sound the horn for the event. Okay? So Teruah Bakodesh should be in the blast of the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, is Yom Kippurim. Ta'aviru, and you shall sound the shofar, Bekol Arzek, in all the land. Okay? And it says in the 10th verse,
you shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land to all the inhabitants of it. It shall be a jubilee to you. And you shall return every man to his possession. You shall return every man to his family.
Okay, so what happens is it's a year of liberation. You got the 49th year, which is a sabbatical year. We're not sowing or planting. And then you got the 50th year. That's also a sabbatical year. And you proclaim that in the 10th month. Not in the first month of the 50th year, but in the 10th month. You call this in, okay? You shall, and it says, you shall sanctify Kedashtem et Shenat Hakamishi in the Shim in the 50th year, and Karatem, and you shall proclaim what? Deror, freedom in the land for all your Shebeha, a Yovel, a Jubilee. It shall be Tideh Lakim, and you shall return, Shavtim. Now, not only are you not planting and reaping as usual, in that time is what we call Torah, is a freedom call for all the people that are not free in this sense. They shall be returned, each heritage. In other words, land that maybe have gone out, people who were sold probably for their working off their debt or various things, as it talks about in Exodus, you have to let them go free. It's what I call the bankruptcy stage. Now, we have what we call the 7-year release also, which all debts and those various things are released. That's where this system gets what we call Chapter 7 from. Where they say, all right, all your debts are canceled, now you're free. Well, here, the Jubilee is also not only the 49th year, in the Shemitah, we call it, all the debts are canceled, but in the next year, Yovel. But in the Yovel, what happens is things that don't go out in Shemitah in the 7th year, the 49th year, happens in Yovel. The goal of Yovel is to get everyone back to its possession in the 50th year. Okay? And it's a very deep thing. So now, if you understand what we're talking about from the 8th verse, and you shall count 7 Sabbaths of years to you 7 times 7 years, and the space of 7 Sabbaths of years shall be to you 49 years. Then you shall cause the shofar to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month, in the day of atonement. Shall you sound the shofar throughout all your land, and you shall howl the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land to all the inhabitants of it. It shall be a jubilee to you, and you shall return every man to his so to his possession, and return every man to his family. Okay, that's the balance for those who were taken for labor disputes, who owed, for those who made deals of work to off a certain amount of time, as is written in Exodus. Everyone returns to his possession, his family, and the land now. His land he gets back. Return to his land. So that's why the land is not sold in perpetuity, because it goes back to the original owners every 50 years. That's the balance the Creator has. Not only in debts and things like that, but also in returning you to your heritage. That's deep. So this always keeps a balance. And if we would say in this system, usually within every presidency, they have a recession. But the recession is not to bring a balance for the poor. It brings a balance for the rich. Rich gain more substance through recession. But what the Creator does is different. It's for the people to benefit from it. Okay, so there won't be like it is now. 1% to 2% controls most of the wealth. No, it won't be that. When you're dealing with it like this, everyone is returned back to his possession within that. What's the next verse say, my brother?
A jubilee shall that 50th year be to you. You shall not sow, nor reap that which grows of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of your vine undressed.
Okay, so just like every 7 years, that 50th year is going to take the same account. Okay, the same account in that 50th year. All right, and that was the 11th verse. It says, "As Yovel hu shenat hakamishim shenat tiye lakem lo tirza lo tizra'u." You should not sow, lo tikseru. You should not harvest or reap. Safi, okay, its crops that grow on its own. Lo tifseru, and gather in et hanitz leha, that which will set aside for yourself. The same principles of the 7th year, the way the ruling goes, is the same goes in the 50th year. Okay, the 12th verse says,
"For it is the Jubilee. It shall be holy to you.
Well, that's TA.
You shall eat the produce of it out of the field."
You see, you eat the produce out of the field. Okay, so again, you're not going out there with your barrels and gathering and putting it in and all that. No. You eat out the field, and that's those who we just read about allowed to go in the field to take it from the stranger to the poor, the widow. All those animals go in Jubilee, and they're allowed to eat out that field, and you yourself can take out that field in a manner. Okay, and here's what happens within that. Okay, 13th verse says,
"In the year of this Jubilee, you shall return every man to his possession."
See, unlike every man returns his possession in the year of Jubilee, 50th year. Okay, go back to the land that he had owned, probably was taken from him. All right, if he was hired to work for somebody or taken to work for somebody, that he returns back to possession to his land. And the 14th said, and this goes on. Now, Jubilee is very deep for us, the holy year, but it's also going to conduct a standard for conducting business, time margins. 14 says,
"And if you sell something to your neighbor or buy something from your neighbor's hand, you shall not defraud one another."
See, that's the first thing Torah lets us know with each other. When we're business people taking care of business, ki timereku, timkeru, minkor, minkar, miteka. When you sell in a sale, in a mikar to your neighbor, or if you buy miyad from your neighbor, if you're going to buy from him, all right, al tonu ish et aki. Don't defraud one another. See, we are people that often do business, but even in business, we have to have integrity. You see, so that's why I mentioned that first, because people will defraud you, and these supposed to be what we term today religious people of God. No, you cannot defraud another person in business. So, and you shall, if you sell something to your neighbor or buy something from your neighbor's hand, you should not defraud one another. 15 says,
According to the number of years after the Jubilee, you shall buy from your neighbor, and according to the number of years of the fruits he shall sell to you.
So when you're dealing with produce and those things, you're going to base your criteria on Yobel, on Jubilee. How you're going to set your price, what you're going to charge, how much you're going to charge, based on Jubilee. According to the number of years after Jubilee, you shall buy from your neighbor. The further away Jubilee is, the more something costs. So yeah, prices rise and prices go down, reduce. But based on the time of Jubilee, the further Jubilee is away, the more you're going to sell the crops. The closer Jubilee is, the less it's going to be. All right, 16 says,
according to the multitude of years, you shall increase its price.
Right.
And if the years are few, you shall accordingly diminish its price.
Right.
For according to the number of the years of fruits does he sell to you.
That's how we're going to base the criteria. Those who are agriculturists and we're selling foods based on that. Okay. That according to, as it would say in Ivrit, lefi, according to Rob of the greater of the Hashanim, the years, Tarbeh, you will increase. Miknato, its purchase price, ulefi, and according to the Me'ah, the lesser number of Shanim years, each, you decrease. Miknato, its purchase price. All right. Mispar, for the number of tepu, for the crops. All right. Who mokeh, he is selling lot to you. So that's how it's based on. Further Jubilees away, the more money you're going to pay for the crops. The more less time, less to pay. So that's what's important. That's going to have your criteria. What's going on? You sell more, sell less. That's why it starts out is you have to be just and deal with one another. Don't defraud one another in business. Because people are defraud you. Say, you're not supposed to have raised your prices that high. You know, like it's like here when gas gets high or gets good, they call it gas gouge. Mm-hmm. They start raising up prices right now. Like, wait a minute. You know, and I'm like, that's a lie. So now they got to send government authorities now to find people who are doing that. You know, or they'll tell you like, they said to me, and they're snaking out one of our sewer lines, we charge you more because of the pandemic. You're like, I said, well, should you be charged less? Not more, but less because of the pandemic. You know, which eventually I said, what? How much? No, I get my own snake. So I did. Bought my own snake out. They were ridiculous. I mean, they just went crazy. No. But that's why the criticism that you cannot. So no, you can't use cause pain or defraud one another when it comes to things like that. You have to be righteous in that. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, that's not what they want to do. But you can't. Oh yeah, listen, I'm gonna charge you for 5 hours for fixing your car, but you was under the car sleeping 4.5 of the 5 hours. But you work for 4 hours, or you charge me for something you didn't do. Mm-hmm. Get that a lot of mechanic shops, right? Mm-hmm. Don't you the credit's going to get you? And even if you defraud, you know what the deep part about defrauding someone is, especially another brother, sister. You may get the money in your hand, but you know what happened? You end up paying 3 times as much because you were not right in that situation. The money just slipped with you. So why be unjust? Why be unjust? And I find people that move and squirm and squeal and sort of do all that cheat, they still be broke. They always struggling. They trying to do this and that, squeal and cut this, and you still end up on for lifetime. No, just do it the right way. Looking over their shoulders, this, that, they got some scam going on. They don't live healthy lives. So you for a moment but now tomorrow you're in the drought because you're deceptive and you're got scammed, you're stealing people's funds and no, that's not us. Hurting each other, no. It's not that they live great lives, but listen, if they did just for a short moment, they get handcuffs, silver bracelets coming out, you defrauded the elder. No, God is saying don't do that. Be right with one another when you do business. Okay. Based on Jubilee, this is what you be charging, how you charge. Okay. Next verse says?
17th verse.
17.
You shall not therefore defraud one another.
Here you go.
But you shall fear your God, for I am Yehovah your God.
You understand? Lo tonu ish et amito. You shall not defraud one another. Because you know we can defraud. We will defraud you in a minute. I can remember the law. So I go remember the law. You know, brother, how's it $20 a day? Yesterday you said it was 15. Or yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, there's certain places when you go, there are no prices on the car. There's no paperwork on the car. Usually you'll see something saying whether it's 10 grand or 8 grand or $20. There's nothing. So you ask them what's the price of the car, and they say, "Oh, I gotta go see." What they do is they want to run your credit. They run your asset to see how much they can squeeze out of you. Okay, that's what a lot of companies, big companies, do. They want to see what you're worth first, and they go, "Well, that costs $25,000," and all you got to do is have another person. That's what you do. You go send another person in there. All right. You go in there nice dressed, send another person there that don't look so nice dressed. They say, "How much is that car?" And I guarantee they're gonna give them a different price. Well, that car's it's 8,000. They just told you it was 10. And that's why they want to change the prices based on, so it's not equitable. Okay, and you got to watch that kind of stuff that people do. They make up their price. You go in the stores and they're, let me see. You know, but and you say, "No, I was in here yesterday. You told me this day." You know, now they get, you know, but this is how a lot of stores and people do, especially in the car industry and just the regular store. They make their price up as they go along, depending on who you are. No, we can't do that. Next verse says, brother.
Therefore, you shall do my statutes and keep my judgments and do them.
You see?
And you shall dwell in the land in safety.
So here's this is deep, that your business, your honesty in your business is connected to you being right with God. Because what lets you know you shall keep these are part of God's statutes. Being righteous in business to one another, not defrauding one another. So asita ekukutai, and you shall do my statute, and mishpatai, my sentences of judgment, teach what you shall keep. Asita, and do them, and you'll shafta. And because you do that, and you're not defrauding your brother, your sister, what happens to you? You get to what? Dwell in the land in safety. Because these things brings about, when you don't do in righteousness, it brings about enemies attacking you. It brings about all sorts of things. It brings about sicknesses. So ask yourself, have we been dealing in a righteous manner in that aspect? You got to question that, because, I mean, this deep. It says, because of that, it says, therefore you shall do my statutes and keep my judgments and do them, and you shall dwell in the land in safety. All the statutes in entirety, but even in this matter, that you know, if you don't do it, then you could bring about being not safe on yourself, because you're a defrauder and you're a cheater. Okay, so it's deep. So we as a people, we got to look like, you got to think about it, man. You know what? I know that, you know, ain't nothing wrong with the car. Now, you know, everything's wrong with the car. You buy the car to break down, and you go home, you count your money, you know, and you go home and things be happening to you in your life, and you got things, man, you know what? I know, hey, it was okay till I sold that car to that brother. No, because you defrauded him. You should have told him what you knew about the car. There's things you may not know, but it's what you did know. You see, you can't do that. You know, you can't defraud God's people, because guess what? The Most High God is watching. And this is why a lot of the merchants out there who defraud our people, well, they know that people not, guess what? They be going out of business. For sale sign, gate closed, you know, defrauding God's people, and you think that you got away. You think the government don't see you, but there's a higher authority that sees you when you do everything. Sorry, people. That's the way it is. All right? If you're a cheat, you're a person like that, guess what? The Most High is watching you. And it leads to your land, you're not dwelling safety. All sorts of other things that come out of it. So the integrity is very important. And that's why people go to certain places. They travel far to go to certain places, deal with certain vendors, whatever, because they know their integrity. They know it's not a problem. If there's a problem, they're going to come back and bring the item back. They're going to get a refund. That's why they go there. They ain't getting haggled. They're haggling. Oh, well, no, they go way out their way to go to this particular merchant to get this because they know the integrity there, that's there. And they do that for years. Construction work, housework, they deal with certain contractors because they already know that the world, that whole world is to have a lot of con artists and con men and con women and whatever. Okay? The Most High God is watching everything. In our way of life, our world, the Most High God is watching. And you can be a merchant and be cursed because you're treating God's people wrong or people in general. So you have to take even your business in a righteous manner and deal with it for you to be blessed. People don't want to hear that, but that's what Torah leads to. So again, and in that next verse says, my brother,
19th verse, and the land shall yield her fruit, and you shall eat your fill and dwell in it in safety.
So natata et paria akaltim la sabah, in satisfaction. When shaftim betak, you shall dwell securely aleha, upon it. Which means you're living right and doing right, even in business, even to the land, as we said, with your crops, with your land. One, you did what God said do. You didn't sow the 50th year. You allowed those to come in to get it. And if you're selling your crops in the 50th year, you base it on Jubilee. The further Jubilee away, the more you charge. The closer Jubilee, the less you charge. And you did it right than that. It means that you could dwell in safety. And in addition, the land yields her fruit, and you will eat your fill and dwell in safety. And that's important. You see, because everything is not just physical. It's based on how we behave. We set off an energy, a spirit. We want that to be right. We want to be right and dealt with right. And what you always said prayer to put me in the hands of people, even when I do business or do anything, loan or specialists or whatever, that are right people who fear God. Always ask the Creator to put you in those kind of hands. And if you don't have to be in those hands, let God change that person's mind to deal with you in a righteous manner. You see, when you're going in the store, you always want, and sometimes the Creator bring you people. You say, man, I was wondering about that. You say, I feel comfortable with them. The Most High God will lead you and guide you and be your guide, even in business and things of that nature. Just making choices and put me not in a defrauder's hand. Just simple things, that can be agitated, dealing with right people. Okay, and look at the next verse what it says. Go ahead, my brother.
And if you shall say, what shall we eat and eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow nor gather in our produce.
Now, in the 20th verse is unique because what it lets you know, in the 20th verse, it talks about that if you'll say, in other words, you already read the information here and know what you're allowed to do, how you're allowed to eat. It's not that you can't eat from, you have to eat from the land in a certain way. But if you know that time is coming up from the 7th year or the 50th year, in the 6th year, we should naturally, based on what we read in Proverbs, be preparing. Just like when you're preparing to retire, you're going to prepare, you got to put aside and save and there's things that, it comes with our learning that we know. But however, if you're in the crunch, if you're that type of individual that live paycheck to paycheck, using those I'm using those terms because it's as if you should say that. So I'm fine with that. I can deal with that. Stores, whatever, like I can fine, eat off of that. There are those who really live like that. That's why there's different people. There's those who live paycheck to paycheck. They just make it. They say J-O-B, just over broke. They just you got people live like that. You miss one paycheck, man. The world changed. They said we changing the payday from weekly to bi-weekly. People gonna be out like, man, you kidding me? We just gotta wait 2 weeks. They can't handle that. But the people live like that. You see, in that case, what it lets us know, it says, If you say, what we going to eat the 7th year? Hey, Nizrai, we will not sow. Lo, so we cannot gather. Tebuate, what we going to eat? Yeah, those out there. And what does the 21st verse say?
Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years.
So, and I will command. Look at this. Look how this is put. Very, very interesting in this. It says, Ziwiti, I will command Birkati, my blessings like him upon you. In the what? In the Shani, in the Shana Hashishi, in the 6th year, a year before the 7th year come, I will command my blessing upon you. Well, Asa, and it would yield Tebu'ah, its crop, Lish Lo, Shalo Shani, for 3 years. Now check this out. In other words, listen, Lord, I'm one of those people that live paycheck to paycheck. I have, and you tell me we can't eat, can't do the way we normally do it, but how am I going to eat? Well, you know what? I command the blessing upon you that I'm going to bless you for 3 years and 6 years. In other words, you make $100,000 a year, let's just say. And now you only got to wait a year normally, but God said, I'm going to bless you for 3 years. So now you got $300,000 in the 6th year. You only make 100, but you got 2 extra 100 for 3 to deal with. So how can you not make? I'm going to command a blessing. That's what I'm saying. It's not just physically, it's about the Spirit of God being blessed. But you know what, a lot of us in our life, the Most High do that anyway. He blessed you in your substance. That your substances and your finances go further than what would normally go with others. He stretches. He stretches. It makes it work for you. Where others be like, how do you do that? And they can make twice as much as you, but it doesn't go as far. God bring you into deals that people normally get. You be getting cars for much less, cars that smartest a lot more. He had ways of blessing you when you don't have to spend as much. Or he sends you the right contractor that would normally charge people out there, but people get paid. He sends you a person, no, I'll do for this. These are ways that the Creator bless you in that aspect. But what he's saying to you, if you're in that position and you're questioning about not having, because like I say, some of us, we live like that. He said, I'll bless you in the year before 3 years. So why can't you survive? You got 3 years of income when you normally get 1 year. He done bless you in 6 years. So guess what? That's like Joseph. What was the moral of Joseph's story? In the years of plenty, he put it away, Doc. Because Mama said there's going to be rainy days after a while. If you got 2 jobs and live off of one, and the other one you act like it's not there and put it away, because when that days that Mama talk about come, you can peel off that little pile. That's the story Joseph was doing. In the 7 years of plenty, we're going to put it away for when it's not. And it says that the 7 years of plenty wasn't even remembered when the 7 years. Sometimes time gets so bad, you don't remember the good times. But when it's going so well, that's what you have to do. This is the wisdom of scriptures. You put things to the side so when things are not so well. If you make 200, you don't live like you make 200%. You don't even really make 200. You make about 150 or less. Because remember, FICA and MICA, everybody's in there. Like Pac-Man eating you up. Then after they finish eating you up, they say, here, what's left? So you got to learn to live off of less. You can make millions. You just learn to live off of less. Even in those millions. So the factor is, you'd be surprised how rich people live. You think they buy what they know. They be discounted and say, I ain't paying for that. But they got the money. Listen, no. It's just the opposite, you see. But the thing of what the Creator is showing us here is that I'm going to bless you in the 6 year, 3 years. So there's no excuse for you to go out there to gather. I'm providing you with the income in the 6th year to hold you out until the 7th, 1 year. But you're getting 3 years paid. Now, who offers deals like that? Not even Smith Barney, Goldman Sachs. You know? Yeah. But that's what the credit does for us. If you're in that tight spot, this is what I'm going to do for you. I'll command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and you shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. 22nd verse says, brother,
and you shall sow the 8th year.
Now, in the 8th year, you go back to planting, right? But guess what? You done got paid 3 years' salary. You got enough to go from the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, even into the 9th with what you made. Unless you just misappropriate funds. You just that kind of person that just, squander. You're going to take 3 years' salary and just blow it. He said, read that again, brother.
And you shall sow the 8th year, and eat still of old fruit until the 9th year. Until its fruits come in, you shall eat of the old store.
Do we understand what that's telling us? Do we understand the 22nd what it's telling us? You shall sow. You shall sow Yashan. That is old, Ad Hashanah, Atishi'i, until the 9th year, Ad Bo comes. Tebu Ata, and its crop, Tokelu Yashan, you eat. In other words, I paid you for 3 years. You sow, you start back planting in the 7th year to eat in the 8th year. But when you do that, you still got paid for 3 years. You still have stuff left over. So by the time you get to the new crops that grow, you start back in the 8th, you out for the 7th year, you start back sowing the 8th, so the 9th year yields, guess what? You're still eating old. That's like saying you living off what we call old money. You didn't get to the new money yet. The Most High don't bless you so much that you're still eating old store when the new's coming in. That means you get new money in. I'm gonna use that term. And you still, and the old money still ain't spent. Like they would say about what they would say about Brother Shalom, like hey, Kennedy say, man, he's still living up old money. He didn't touch all that when he made it politics. Well, the Creator can bless you in that sense that now when you come to that term and you shall sow in the 8th year and eat still of old fruit until the 9th year. You ain't even touch the new stuff. That's the way y'all bless you. I wouldn't be blessed like that. I ain't got to touch the new stuff. I still got the old stuff here. You know, a lot of people, they be getting new furniture. Ain't nothing wrong with the old stuff. That's what's wrong. Nothing. I was want something. Ain't nothing. What's wrong with the car? Yeah, I nothing. Work good. Ain't here to take it. Though. Yeah. Then people just get rid of stuff because it's just, there's nothing wrong with it. You want to give me the old money? I'm going to give you my address. You know what I mean? Yeah, you want to give me the old money? Yeah. We got a place for it. We can use it. Yeah. But the thing of it, people give away old stuff, old clothes. Nothing wrong with them. They said to make room for it. Okay, so be it. But my point is that's how y'all bless you. That you can still live up old store and you didn't even touch that which is new. That's a blessing from y'all. Don't take it for granted. Thank y'all for it. Because most people mouth the hand. Well, they say, now we got enough. I didn't even break open this shit. You go food shopping, you say, well, I still got stuff over here. You be having to give stuff away before you bring in something new. That's the blessings of y'all. But I don't like to see food thrown away and spoiled. You understand? We can't take it for granted because, in the country we live in, people waste a lot. Where others don't have. We throw stuff out. Nothing wrong with it. And in certain neighborhoods, it's like a fortune. People going around with the truck saying, man, what's wrong with this? With that? And then you see them come around and say, there's nothing wrong with this. They furnish their whole house. Some people put out chairs, stuff. They be wearing clothes. There's nothing wrong with this. Dress up. Nothing. Yeah, because you just throw all kinds. There's nothing wrong with a lot of items. You just get tired of it sitting there. It's hard to get rid of it. And this is where vintage shop and those places go into business. Come on, bring it over here. They resell it and other stuff, because, but don't take it for granted. We thank God for it. That's the kind of God that we have that shows us that you can get blessed in all your ways and have. But thank Him. All the new stuff here. Give her this old thing. I love that. Just to have that option. The next verse says, brother.
23rd verse. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For you are strangers and sojourners with me.
So, ha'eretz lo tim maker mitu. Perpetuity The land will not be sold in perpetuity, because the land who belongs to who? The Creator. It's his land. He said, keep getting. He said, because you are strangers and sojourners in the land. We get upset. God called me a sojourner. Yeah, it's not yours. Now, you guys, we're only here for a short moment. All land belongs to the Creator. Even the land that we belongs to God. It belongs to him. He put and choose who he wanted. Well, our land, especially what we call our land, back home, belongs to the Creator. He says, we're just sojourners. That's what he can put people in, take people out, put nations in, take nations out. It all belongs to the Creator. Okay, we just sojourners in it. That's just no reminds us when we get too big and too much. The land belongs to him. Okay, and you show it says the land should not be sold forever, and the land is mine. When you are strangers and sojourners with me. All right, we here, we're gone just like that. Next, that's it. You are sojourners and strangers here. So follow the rules according to how the Creator has them. The 24th verse says what?
And in all the land of your possession, you shall grant a redemption for the land.
So you're going to grant a geula for the land. They call it ha'eret. Hakutzotech geula. Titu. Titenu la'eret. You want to get redemption for the land. It's going to tell you about this redemption. 25th says,
if your brother becomes poor, has sold away some of his possession,
okay,
and if any of his kin comes to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold.
Okay, so here's what happens in this case. It's going to explain the 24. And this happens in life. I would tell people, substance go and it come. It goes like this. Come like this, and you can have a pile of cases like that, and you peel off it, and that stack to get lower and lower and lower and lower. Hey, wait a minute, man. You're getting too low here. Well, that you may not have a stack. You may have a bank account, and if you watch those numbers, they said the numbers should go up. In most cases, the numbers go down. It goes for a minute, then it go down. You watch those who watch numbers with digital, and that the numbers getting kind of low there. And you look up, well, listen, that's life. Okay, goes up, it goes down. Here's what it lets you know: if your brother becomes poor, he wasn't poor. Remember I was saying, broke is short term, poor is eternal. Your thoughts, your mind, how you move. You know, laws and attraction to finance the money. If your brother becomes poor, wasn't poor, but it can happen. You read stories and outlines of people who once had money, who were once rich, become broke. Lottery winners, within 2 to 5 years, the majority of lottery winners are broke. What happened? They used the money. Party! Broke. Craig G. Sanford, they said it took the shirt off his back. Sanford, Greg Fox, IRS. How many of you stories you read? People died broke. Sammy Davis, the guy, the one who said he owned a hog, had the rocks like Liberace. Some way that people out, I would say your end should be just as good as your beginning and end, but some people in it's not. It's sad. They got to take up funds for them. Your social status and finance can change. And I often say to people, your education is great, but the banker don't care about that. You want to know what's your financial statements like. You don't care how much good grades you got in school. They don't care. No. What decides what class you're in the systems that we live in, upper, middle, lower? Your zeros, your dollars. That's the reality of it. And money comes and goes. But if you're in a situation, as this person we talk about, if your brother becomes poor, it can happen. It can decline. And another time it could be a curse. You're going to do right. Sometimes it's bad behaviors, financial behavior, whatever the reason is. But the fact of it is you're in a state of destitute. And if that should happen, as it says in 25, all right, maybe it wasn't always that way. Like I said, I don't know if the Creator's beating us or we're just using a bad judgment. But it says, Ki Yamuk. You become Yamuk, Akika, okay, Akutato, and sells part of his ancestral heritage, and Ba Alo, and his Redeemer, Akaro, who was closest to him, Ga'al, redeem et mikra aki, the sale his brother. In other words, he sells it. So he sells some land. I'm broke. Now today, like years ago, they had it in ancient times. Read about it. They got pawn shops. That's not new. It's in the book. People pawn their stuff. All right. And when you pawn something now these days, guess what? It costs interest. Right? They give you some money, and you got dates to pay this interest on this money. And if you don't pay it, they're going to keep that with your pawn, right? So people sometimes pawn. Listen, most people didn't come back for it. They don't have the money. So the pawn man get it. So now he's going to sell it or whatever. That's how it is. But most people don't come back for what they pawn. Okay? But he's lending you money based on the value. He's going to give you the whole. If it's worth 500, he may give you 150. Because he got to make money off it. So you hold it, and then you're going to pay interest every so often on the loan. And if you don't, when you come back, you got to pay that full amount that they lend you. If you don't, then he gets to keep it. Okay? He becomes poor, and he sold away his possession. And now here's how it normally goes. Any of his kin comes to redeem it. So my brother, my cousin sells something, land, said, look, man, that land was in the family. So usually you get one of your relatives to go redeem it, to keep it in the family. Because, we fight with this all the time, those who got family in the South and the Caribbean about land and land leaving and going to somebody else, and you trying to buy it back because it's something that should have stayed in the family. Well, what Torah says, if any of his kin comes to redeem it, he shall be able to redeem which his brother sold. I'm going to buy it back. What happened? You ran a hard time. Why didn't you call me? So normally they sell off stuff. Some people pawn stuff, but then they call you and say, listen, man, I just pawned my chain and wanted right to the date, and I need you to go get it out, because if not, they're going to keep it. So sometimes you go get it out. So, all right, when you get the money, come and get it. It's here. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it'll go. You see? This person should be allowed to redeem that which his family sold. That man, piece of soul, it's a family thing. 26 says what, my brother?
And if the man has none to redeem it, and himself is able to redeem it.
Usually, sometimes you get yourself together, you say, well, I'm going to go back and get my chain, my this, or whatever. People pawn all kinds of stuff. Boats. Mm-hmm. See, we look at stuff on one level, this goes on other level. And a lot of things I even realized. And years ago, I was watching a picture called repo something. And they were repoing. I know the repo man from cars. I experienced that myself. The repo man come for your car. You don't pay the note when you're supposed to pay it. They come get your car. You be looking outside and see an empty spot. You thought somebody stole it. You call the police. Police say, don't look like, you try. The repo man might have it. You got to go get it back. Well, I didn't know. As I was watching the picture, I saw a picture where they were taking boats. Airplanes. It was a show called Repo. Like because people buy that stuff just like you buy a car. I'm trying. They don't pay the note. They be people so-called rich people or have money, but they don't pay. They don't even pay their bills. My rich people don't even pay their bills. Poor people pay their bills. They don't pay. So I'm watching the pictures live. So the guy jumped inside the boat and he driving off, and the guy's running out. Hey, he's a repo man. I said, boy, that repo yachts. Everything get repoed. I mean, these guys got yachts. I mean, $1 million, $2 million yacht. The guy driving away in the repo guy. He got a key. He riding. The guy's running. Hey, where's my boat? I said, this is deep. I saw the guy had a plane. I said, planes, jets, and all these stuff. He flying, get ready to fly up. The guy running out after him. He taking off over the air. I'm like, wow, I never thought about people getting planes repossessed. You wouldn't think. You think somebody poor. No, they get stuff taken. I have a friend who bought a plane that was repo. And it didn't cost. He bought a plane, He said, normally this plane costs this. I got it for $200. It costs $400. $40. It was repo. He took somebody. I'm like, wow, airplanes. I never thought about that. Jets, all kind of stuff. Repo. And you watch the people running behind it. They got gone. Up and then I'm like, wow, that's deep. You know, to know how to fly. Your job to go get planes that people didn't pay for. And you take them back, I guess, to the bank or whoever financed. Oh, that's deep. On a different level than a car. That's deep. Yeah, we can foreclose on houses. We said, but they're taking back this stuff. Yeah. What happens? I never thought of on that level until I've seen this. Like, wow, people get boats and $1 million boats and planes and we possess like that. Yeah, it's deep. All right, so if a man have none to redeem it himself, is able to redeem it. Then let him count the years since he sold it. And how it works, 27 cents?
And restore the overpayment to the man to whom he sold it. He may return to his possession.
There laws govern that from God. So what it says, then let him count the years since he sold it. That's how you do it. And then restore the overpayment to the man to whom he sold it. Okay, that it may return to his possession. You got to pay. You see, you got to pay for it. This is what happened. So now it says, Ishav et Shani, Mim Karo, Heshi et Odef. That's the overpayment to the man, the Ish. Ashir Makalo, Ishav Akuchoto. Then he gets his possession back once he makes the payment back. So it's like you pay the money, you get your little stuff back from the pawn shop. You pay the money here and you get your land back. Okay? That's what happens. But to let you know, if your brother becomes poor, it happens. The blessing is you can get it back. In most cases, people can't get it back. Okay? And it's gone. All right? So now in the 28th, it says what?
But if he is not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him who has bought it until the year of Jubilee.
You understand? He's not fine, Yado. They sufficient for his hand. He don't have the money. Hashi to repay to him. Then Haya Mimka, then it will remain his sale. Okay, his sale Bayad in the hand of the Konet, the purchase. Ad Shana, and it's going to stay unto the hand of Jubilee. In the year of Jubilee, and then it goes back to him. So until Jubilee, he got away. That's a long time. So you can't get it, you can't buy it back. It stays with him. You see, that's my house. And you find pictures of people fighting, and they get out and you lost it. No, this is my house. This is not anymore. Have the money to take it out. No. Well, it stays with the person. At least it gives you the Jubilee to get the land back. That could be another 20, 30 years, whatever, if you're around. And if you see 2 Jubilees, you good. Most of us only may see 1. 50 years. So if you don't have the money, it stays to him that purchased it. All right. So he has to let him count the years since he sold it and restore the overpayment to the man whom he sold it, and then he may return his possession. Okay. Now you remember in the book of the prophets. Well, remember it was in Elisha. I think it was Elisha's wife, one of the two. But remember what happened? He said that the creditors were coming to take her son. All right. I don't know if you remember read that book.
Right.
All right. And so she asked the prophet. The prophet said, "What do you want me to do?" She said, that her husband, who was deceased now, was a servant of the creator. And, I guess that fell on hard time. The creditors are coming. They owe money. And you know what was amazing to me? That no authority said, hey, you can't do that. Not the king, not even the prophet. He said, well, listen, because they could do that. They could take your children. You owe them. It's deep. It's not considered kidnapping, but you got to pay for the debt. So that's what he said. You sold for your debt. But I'm like, wow. He didn't say, well, what he said to her, well, what do you want me to do? And then what do you have in your house? And she said, I got just some oil there. And, that's it. He said, well, go collect pans from your neighbors and see, and she did collect all the pans and she filled them with oil. And the blessing was the trader made the oil stretch. Was more oil than she had technically, but that's the blessing of the trader, the prophet. And she took the oil and she sold it and pay the debt. But my point was that they were coming to take her son. They were coming to say, this, all right, we're coming to get your son to pay off this debt. Husband was deceased. Now, so the thing is that you see how debt is deep. And like I said, none of the authorities say they couldn't do it. So then that was the way it went. Okay? And that's why the Creator told us as a nation not to borrow from nations, but lend to nations, because it makes you in debt to what? Them. And they make the rules. So when certain countries borrow, the IMF or the World Bank or the boss say, look, you can't grow this, you can't grow that, you can't grow this, because now you can't pay your loan back. Now they put stipulations in. We own you. We own you. We own your decisions. It's deep. But just in the scriptures alone to read that makes it no understand about that. Why you don't want yourself in debt, you want to be debtless. You know, because if you can't pay for something, now they come to take it. But it's not like they're going to take a house. They're coming to take her son. Very deep. Okay. And in 29, it says, if a man sells a dwelling house in a walled city, okay, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Now, these are the rules based upon scriptures when buying and selling. You learn certain things from here. If it's it's a house in a walled city, okay, you have walled cities, walled villages, okay, and if a man sells a house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year, he may redeem it. Very unique. Ishki yimkor beit moshar ir koma, but it must have a wall. Koma hayata yeuluto. Here is redemption. Tom shana min karo yamin tiye yapulato. So, if it's a walled city and he sells his house, okay, maybe he decides he sells his house to go buy something, he don't like it. God gives you away and you want your house back. Okay? Then by Torah, you have a full year you can redeem it. So when you buy a house, Torah, whoever buys that house, know that, listen, it ain't even secure after the year. He can come back and purchase his house from me. Now, I don't know about the price. Okay? It doesn't tell you about how much the person can charge. Can he go up on the house? You bought it for me for $300,000. I'm selling you back before. It doesn't indicate that. What it says is that you have the right to redeem it within a whole year after it's sold. Within a full year, you may redeem it. So if I'm buying your house, I know you got a whole year to come back. So I don't want to put so much funds in it and fix it up and all that stuff, and then you come back talking about you want the house back. You know what I mean? But by law, our law, I got to give you the house back. But it doesn't tell you at what price. It doesn't say that. It may say the same price, but in that time, the guy don't put money in it. No, but you have the right to redeem it. You know, it's like people do reverse mortgages. Say, well, you know, managers, you ain't got to pay a mortgage, you know, whatever. You still got to pay utilities. And when you die, the bank gets the house. And your family's supposed to have the right to buy the house back, pay the money back. But guess what? It's not going to be at the same price. The interest, the rate, and the height. So most people don't buy it back because they don't have the money. And they're not going to lend you the whole worth of the house anyway. If the house worth $200,000, they may give you $100, they give you $50. Because they got to make sure they got room to sell the house. All right? So you get that quick money, it be gone. And now finally, you make your transition. And your children want to keep the house because guess what? You grew up in it, but guess what? They got to pay their loan back with interest. So you said we're going to take out insurance policy just in case. Well, it don't always work that well. Understand? These are business people. They're thinking ahead. You know. So my whole thing, I do that. You know. But the point is that at least in Torah, to let you know, you can get your house back in a wall city within 1 year. It's just like in most places that have sales, they use your property for taxes, you have 1 year to redeem it. Okay? So which means a person who buy a house for taxes in most states know that person can come back and get that house back within a year. if they pay. All right, so you know for 1 year, so I don't know if you want, and for whatever they pay, but they're going to pay interest on it. All right, they pay interest, whatever the interest is, that's what they call tax liens and tax sales in this country. People buy them, just hold on to it, and now you pay $800 for the house. The person you got to pay 17% tax of that $800. So you pay the $800 for the person. Now they got to pay you 17% of. And they don't pay within that time, the house becomes the owner. But normally, with most states, you can get it back within a year as long as you pay the tax and the interest that's owed. That's how people make money on tax liens. They're called tax deed, tax certificates in this country. You understand? That's what they do it. They buy tax liens, tax deeds, and they make the interest. More interest you're going to ever get in any bank. It's usually anywhere from 10 and on up, 20%, 30%, whatever. The person have to pay you on the money you paid on the tax. Okay, but Torah gives you the chance to purchase your house back in a walled city within 1 year. Okay, that's the thing. And the thing is this, that, and if the house is not redeemed in the space of a full year, then the house that is in a walled city shall become the permanent property of he who bought it throughout his generation. And here's the deal. It shall not go out in Jubilee. So if you come back in Jubilee and say, hey, look, that's my house. It's no, you don't go out. You had a year to get it back. You sold it. You don't go back to you in a walled city. That's the rules in a walled city. It's very deep. This is rules. We understand. We were homeowners. We dwelt in the huts and tents and all that in the wilderness. When we got to the land, it says the houses that you didn't build. We dwelt in houses. There's rules and regulations of houses and buying and land and so forth. And that's and even farming. So we had this is what made us righteous. Okay, and we have to be righteous in the manner so that, listen, brother, I understand that, but by Torah, I don't got to say the house back. You had a year to redeem it. You didn't redeem it. I'm keeping it. This is what the Torah. It's in the raw village. Now in 30 it says, in 31 it says, but the houses, the Beitim of the villages which have no wall surrounding them shall be counted as fields. So because it has no wall, the houses counted as fields of the country. They may be redeemed and they shall go out in Jubilee. So in Jubilee, the person can get their home back. All right? They can get their home back in Jubilee. If it doesn't have a wall. In the walled city, if you don't get it in a year, once you sell it, it doesn't go out Jubilee. But in the places where it has no wall, the villages have no wall around them, shall be counted as fields of the country. They may be redeemed and they shall go out in Jubilee. You can't be redeemed. Ula, T-A-Lo, it goes out. 32nd verse says,
however, the cities of the Levites and the houses of the cities of their possession, the Levites may redeem at any time.
So the Levites, as it's stated here, their rules are a little different. So that's why you have to know the particular structure that Scripture gives them more lenient. The houses of the cities of Akutsatam of their heritage, your Ula will be redeemed, Olam, eternal, T-A-La-Lewi, that they can redeem their houses anytime. But then you ask yourself, why would a Levite sell his house? Have to sell his house. Mm-hmm. Since they have no inheritance with children of Israel, but a Levite might fall in that situation. We don't know. Maybe he's not a good Levite. Maybe the Most High God has just spanked them a little bit. But the fact of it, let you know that the Levites in their house, in their cities, their possession, the Levites may redeem at any time. But why would he have to lose his house? Well, we don't know. But the trade is giving you the rules, and this is what we go by. Hopefully, Levites or anyone don't have to sell their house unless they actually want to get rid of it to make funds. Then you come to that point of destitute where you have to go through that. But there's rules and regulations that we abide by within Torah. 33rd says,
and if a man buys from the Levites, then the house that was sold in the city of his possession shall be released in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession among the people of Israel.
So in Jubilee, the Levites are returned to the house if Yobel comes up. Okay, they can always be redeemed in that case. But again, I would say that a lot of these things are worst case scenario. We hope that we never get in these worst case scenarios. But if we should do, there's rules and regulations that pertain to them. 34 says,
But the field of the pasture lands of their cities may not be sold, for it is their everlasting possession.
but the Sadeh Megarosh Arehem, Lo Yimakir. The field of the pasture of their cities may not be sold. Akutaf Olam Hu Lahem. If it is their everlasting possession. So their land cannot be sold, the fields, but their houses can. That's the difference. Levites' houses can, but they can redeem it at any time. But their land, oh, okay, that's sort of like I'm going to say, like you're on a reservation, and you are a native, and you're on a reservation, and you're on a reservation, and you get a house, and the bank lends you money for the house, and you don't pay the bank, they can't touch your house on the reservation. That's why they know that they can't do nothing to you, because the reservation, they can't say, I'm taking your house. The bank. That's why a lot of banks don't want to lend monies and stuff to people on the reservation, because they're exclusive, because the fact that the government owns it and it gives it to them. So you can't take the house. What you gonna do? You see? So like the Levites' land cannot be sold. Well, these reservations lands can't be sold, and you can't get the money from them. You can't make them give you the money. In reference to the house, very deep. All right. 35th says. 35th verse.
35th verse. And if your brother has become poor and his means fail with you, then you shall relieve him, though he may be a stranger or sojourner, that he may live with you.
So now you know it's not your brother or your biological brother, right? Because it says that, and if your brother has become poor again, right? Circumstance change financially, and his means fail him. His means fail with you. Then you shall relieve him. So your obligation as a good brother or sister in standards, you relieve them. Though he may be a stranger, you don't really know him, or sojourner, that he may live with you. So relieve, okay, guess what? I'm going to give you a place to stay. Now, of course, you have to be intelligent and see what way you're going to relieve him. But how Torah puts it here, and that's because your brother who you're dealing with must be of a godly mind, at least, because you don't imagine taking the deadbeat or someone who got a game or going on. So, and your brother has become poor, ki yamuk, akika, and his means fail, amata yado, with you, then you shall relieve him. All right, the head kazakta. Well, the kazak part is kazak. You strengthen him. The Torah use English words says relieve him. You're going to strengthen him, make him kazak, make him strong. All right, in the sense that toshab chai ima, and that he may live with you. You're taking him out of, okay, I got a place for you. Okay, I got a place for you to help you out. Okay, and then I'm dealing with, everybody's dealing straightforward. This is not a game somebody's going to be playing you or using you. Because remember, both people, the Most High God's watching. And then you still have the judges who are in place that can determine, hey, listen, no, that's not going to happen because this person's not righteous. I mean, because you're dealing with people that's supposed to be upright people, but we're not. We're trying to get to be upright. So people do things. Okay, I would say Torah is not made for perfect people, it's made to make one perfect. So we have to become that perfect state. All right, so now here's what 36 says, brother. Read the 36th verse.
Take no interest from him or increase, but fear your God, that your brother may live with you.
Okay, so now, al-tika me'ito. Do not take from him neshek. So if he's living with you, or you set him up, or you lend him money, because most people say, listen, I'll tell you what, I don't want you to come stay with me. I'll lend you something. You time to deal with your own family, your children. How much is your rent? Here. I'll send it to you. Because once people move in with you, that's a whole different ball game. All right, so a lot of people rather just pay them the money that they need to get themselves up so they don't have to come there. But in any case, what it lets us know is that if he does that, then you strain it, but you cannot charge him neshek, interest, or beat an illegal increase. But you supposed to yareta, fear your God, and let your brother live with you. Akika ima. But you need to fear, both of you need God, because again, if he's not godly, and especially in the system we live in, you get him in your house, you can't get him out. But that's not what God is talking about. It's what those who deal, we also deal in a righteous manner. All right. So, and if your brother has become poor, he means fair with him, then you shall relieve him, though he may be a stranger. So you don't may notice, but he's an Israelite, he's a Hebrew, a sojourner. Take no interest from him or increase, but fear your God, that your brother may live with you. 37 says what?
You shall not give him your money for interest, nor lend him your food for profit.
In other words, he don't have, he's in a bad state. So why would you charge him interest? Listen, I'm gonna lend you $200, and I want $250 back. You know how you got these people? They got the little sites now that you call. We'll give you $400, and you pay us back. By the time you pay them back, you got X amount of days to pay them back. If you don't pay them back, it triples. That kind of stuff. Systems make money off of you. All right, we can't do that because you don't have as it is. So why would you charge me interest and I don't have? I'm just trying to survive. So amongst many different ethnic groups, they don't charge interest. Among Muslims, they don't do this shit. They don't do interest. But the Creator told us don't do that. My lend's a 50, bro, but I want 80 back. You're loan sharking. We can't do that with each other. All right? Take no interest from him or increase, but fear your God, because it's about fearing the Creator with that. He's already destitute. Like I've heard in parts of the South, they charge $150, $200 late fee, but you can't even pay the money. How you gonna pay the $150, $200 late fee? It's crazy. It'll put you further in debt. So those kind of things we can't do on that because we gotta what? Fear God. Okay. So, and the 38 says,
I am Jehovah your God. Who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you to the land of Canaan and to be your God.
And he identifies in 37, so you shall not give him your money for interest, nor lend him your food for profit. Because sometimes people say, well, listen, I gave you one chicken, give me 2 chickens back. No, I give you 1 chicken. No, if anything, you give me back my chicken. I don't charge you interest, okay, because you didn't have. Okay, so I am Jehovah your God who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim to give you your land of Canaan. So there's a way that we have to conduct ourselves in business, in Jubilee, in Shemitah, the 7th year, in crops, in growing. We're not like everyone else. We have to do what God said do it. That's what makes us righteous in what we do. And at the same time, the person who you're lending to can't be that deadbeat. Can't be that person who's doing this and going around and borrowing money from people that you can't pay back. Okay? And now, if you were back in the ancient times when somebody said, well, guess what? I'm coming to get you. You're going to work this off. Because you owe me. Our goal is to relieve you, help relieve. But if you got this as a game, you playing, hustling people, then they have something for you. Okay? There are rules and regulations. You understand everything's supposed to be done in a righteous and upright manner. Okay? Because people will take advantage. You're supposed to give me money, huh? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because people will tell you, no, brother, no. You gotta give me money so I can go on vacation. Okay, yeah. Your house you ain't losing your house, but you go on vacation. Okay, yeah, right. People come to do all kind of stuff, because they want to entertain themselves. That you're supposed to fund their habits. No. And most people that come here today, that when they come to look at you, no, you don't want to eat. You want that habit. That's expensive. That habit. Okay? You don't want to eat. You want that habit, the thing you want to buy. Drug guy, he didn't give it to you for free. Ask him to give you a loan. be like Popeye and say, give me a burger today, Wimpy, and I'll pay you Tuesday. Give me a burger today and I'll pay you Tuesday. Give me a hit today and I'll pay you on Tuesday. You're right. Get you up out of here. Get out of here. They ain't give you nothing. they come to them with coins. They're like, get the coins out of here. You know? No, burger today and I'll pay you Tuesday. Okay.
That's when you get the burger on Tuesday.
That's right. Either one. Okay. Now, in the 39th verse, it says what, my brother?
And if your brother who dwells by you becomes poor and is sold to you, you shall not compel him to serve as a slave.
Okay, so if he becomes poor, and I always like that, or he becomes poor. He becomes poor. All right? If your brother who dwells by you becomes poor and is sold to you, he's sold to you. Okay? And is sold to you. You should not compel him to serve as a ebed, as a slave. So in other words, you're not a slave, but now he's sold to you. You become poor and they what? Sell themselves. You are selling yourself when you own a job. What do you think jobs are? You sell your service. But you're considered what? A hired servant. They must pay you. And if they own you, they don't have to pay you. The whole point about our slavery was that we didn't get paid. This land got rich and wealthy off the work of our forefathers without payment. That's what made them so wealthy. They wasn't getting paid. So in this case here, the thing is, your brother who dwells with you becomes poor, he is sold to you. You should not compel him to serve as a slave. 40th verse says, but what?
But as a hired servant and as a sojourner, he shall be with you and shall serve you to the year of Jubilee.
So now, as a hired servant, he will be with you. It means he got to work. All right. Until Shanat Yovel, he will work with you. He work. You're going to work till you're here. You ain't staying over here sleeping. No. We got to get up and do something. No, it don't work like so. I'm saying it's an exchange here. I'm giving you room and board. It's like when Yaakov came to stay with his uncle. Yaakov got to working. And his uncle said to him, listen, you can't serve me for naught. This is how it started out. What do you want as your wages? But people come and stay with you. They don't want to take out the garbage. They want to look around. They want to enjoy your pool, everything. Turn on the water and all that. You got bills to pay. They don't want to do nothing. It doesn't work like that. No. That's not what God's talking about. No. Because people will take advantage and think, no. You got to do something. I ain't charge you interest or none of that. But listen, you're costing me. No. You got to work as a hired servant. Okay, it means you got to do work. Okay, people say room and board. All right, 41 says what?
And then shall he depart from you, both he and his children with him.
You see?
And shall return to his own family, and to the possession of his father shall he return.
So, but as a hired servant, as a sojourner, he will serve you the Jubilee. But guess what? Guess what he's leaving with? He got children too. You understand what I'm saying? So there has to be a fair exchange because you're going to do some work. You got these children, you come in, the children eating, they say, come on, you got to understand the responsibility here. You just going to go lay up on somebody and don't do nothing, and you got a family on top of it. So what happens is you'll serve to Jubilee, and he shall depart from you, both he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family, and to the possession of his father shall he return. But look how it started out. If your brother becomes poor and he's sold to you, you shall compel him to serve, and not compel him to serve as a slave, but as a hired servant. All right, he shall be with you and shall serve you the Jubilee, and then he shall depart from you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family and possession of his father. He shall return. Okay. His responsibility is going on here. So he has to do something while he's with you and serve, then he goes. But now what happens in 40? Next verse says, 42nd.
For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves.
So they are Yah's servants that he brought out of Mitzrayim, so they shall not be sold as slaves. Okay, like Joseph was sold. we not to be dealt, but we to be dealt with in a proper manner. All right. So it takes both sides. You as a person who became Yamuk, and the owner or your brother who's now putting you up or servicing you. You can't take advantage of him. He can't take advantage of you. You're not laying up on him for naught or her for naught. No, you have to work and do what you need to do. And then at your time, when you're supposed to leave, you leave. Okay? Because you are the children of the Most High God. Now commanded to be what? Holy. But we know that life is not always perfect. We know that we have some times where it's not good, and you can become Yamuk. As it says, he became poor. He wasn't. But situations change. But even in those situations, must be dealt with righteously on both sides. That's the thing we have to look at here. And this is the worst case scenario. Hopefully, we never get to the point we got to sell ourselves or what having like that. We hope that never happens for us. But if it does, these are the rules that pertain unto that. Okay. Next verse says,
You shall not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear your God.
so no pathetic. With pathetic, you don't do it. Ain't yelling and screaming and beating him. You can't do that. That's not because he's God's son. She's God's daughter. You can't do that. Rigor. But you're supposed to what? Respect, fear. Verse says,
Your male slaves and your female slaves, which you shall have, shall be the nations that are around you. Of them shall you buy male slaves and female slaves.
in other words, when you work for your Hebrew brother or sister, you're not considered a slave, or I'm going to say bondman. The same term slave is what they call a Slavic term. It comes from the Slavic people. That's why they say slave. That's on the Slavic. But we consider bondmen and bondwomen. But we can't be bondmen and bondwomen. We're going to be hired servants, you see. And so what Trade is saying that both your male bondmen and your female bondmen, which you have, shall be of the nations that are around you. Of them you shall be male and female bond people. So Avdecha, Avdecha Shediyulach, Begin Chaboy Mashir Zebit, that around you Mehin, Tiknu Evet Wa'ama. You can own people. Now, we don't want to own people as you know today, but nations own people. Matter of fact, if you saw what's it called, the female, the woman king or whatever, one of the big things, which basically gives you the so-called African trade, what's going on, how we got here into many cases, not just European coming in, because I'll get a few come in to take out so many. It's possible if the trade is with that few at the time, but what it is that they had help, inside help. If there's no enemy without, the old African proverb, then I'm not worried. If there's an enemy within, because what happens is within makes deals with without. In other words, the slave trade got help from the inside.
Right.
So basically, they made deals. So what happens when you win war, when our continental brothers warred with one another, when they captured, they sold them to the Europeans and to other people. You know, and it's amazing. And even in that picture, it showed that. And in the end, they vowed not to do that because they seen how ferocious the Europeans were to the people. Okay, Portuguese and the rest of them coming to buy people, you see, but they had help. It's always that internal help of someone looking like you, doing some harm to you, and they're going to sell you out to other people that don't look like you. Inside help. As I say, inside man. You know, and the fact that even in this picture, they had acknowledged that, and they vowed in the end not to do that. Not to do that. To sell you off to the Europeans. Okay? They just come over there. No, they got help. And they had those who were working for them chasing you. Look like you to catch you for them. Well, guess what? The same mentality goes on today in a different way. They use those who sell out to come hurt you and harm you to bring profit to other people. They have the ones that do that today. You don't have physical change necessarily, but you have psychological change and various things that go on. Systems set up, the others come and you become food and money for them. They use you to make profit for them, and they use your kind to do that. That's what they do, just in another way today. But look what happens. So what the trade is letting us know here, okay, that if we do have people There will be other than others. They can't be Hebrews. Can't be Israelites. And then the difference between us and others, we didn't treat our bond people hard. We treated them like family. Abraham had one who owned Eliezer the house. We treated him like a father, like a son. You see, kind. You're not knocking it, just beating them like that, or like the Europeans did to us. No. God is not allowing that. Because they're still human beings. So no, we don't do that. Okay? That's why you say there will be other people around you. But we still treated our people well. Matter of fact, it's so deep that in the scriptures it says that when you keep the Sabbath, your bondmen, your bondwomen, your maidservant, everybody they're keeping it with you. You feed them. They enjoy it. Matter of fact, to the point where they may not want to leave you because you treat them well. And I'm sure there were European people who treated slaves well as well. You know, I'm sure there was a few that was decent, you know, who had a fair guard of them to some degree, but definitely not all. Next verse says,
Moreover, 45th verse, moreover of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall you buy, and the families that are with you, which they fathered in your land, and they shall be your possession.
Yeah, right. Those outside children will be your everlasting possession. Okay. Those, but even with them, you're going to treat them with kindness and hospitality. You understand? 46 says,
And you shall take them as inheritance of your children after you, to inherit them for possession.
Mm-hmm.
They shall be your slaves forever. But over your brothers, the people of Israel shall not rule over one another with rigor.
Pathetic. You cannot treat one another with rigor. Hard words, speak oppression like we're not supposed to speak like that to one another. Cursing people, we're not supposed to be that way. Ruling with rigor. Okay? And even if they work for me, you can't rule with rigor is something pathetic. It's speaking downtrodden or physically touching or hurting or even verbally. That's not how you're supposed to treat each other. We treat our workers with kindness. Because remember, that's the rigor. So we can't. With rigor, we cannot deal with others. But of people that we would own of the other nations. And even with them, there are rules and regulations. How do you treat them? So we have to look at all of this and understand our goal is to be godly in whatever it is that we do. Okay, but the way they treated us was inhumane. Inhumane. They treated animals better than they treated us. And as some of the people say, it's supposed to be people before things. No, they chose things over people. We were chattel, not human beings. No. See, there's a difference. You can have people who work for you, and then those days people you own, but you treat them in a good manner. That's not how you treat them. 47 says,
And if a sojourner or stranger becomes rich by you,
now if he does, go ahead.
And your brother who dwells by him becomes poor,
Okay.
and sell himself to the stranger or sojourner by you, or to the offspring of the stranger's family.
So it's given a condition. If sojourner, ki tashi, all right, becomes rich, yageh, and he dwells by you, and your brother who becomes poor, so that's like the stranger coming in, he becomes wealthy, and now your finance change, and you sell yourself unto him. Okay, Akika, when you call him the game, to shout him out. Okay, and you all his offspring. Now here's the condition. 48 says what?
After he is sold, he may be redeemed again.
Okay.
One of his brothers may redeem.
So after your brother who sells himself, your Hebrew brother sells himself to a stranger, because the stranger now has become wealthy, and you're so bad off, which, like I said, is a worst case scenario. How we can be so bad that we sell ourselves off to another nation, but it happens. Okay, but even if that should happen, you're supposed to be able to be redeemed. All right, but we cannot be as, again, slaves, but we'll be servants. Okay. 49 says,
Either his uncle,
his dog,
or his uncle's son
his dog,
may redeem him,
right,
or any who is near of kin to him
right,
of his family may redeem him.
right.
Or if he is able, he may redeem himself.
If he has enough money to redeem himself, get out of that situation, that pay the money back that he borrowed or took in, then he can redeem himself. If not, he have a cousin, an uncle to redeem him. Okay, like even a lot of slaves, few slaves were able to get money to what? Free themselves. Whatever that free amount was to each slave owner may be different, but some people freed themselves, made enough money, however they made it, to buy their own freedom. Well, in this case, if he buys his own freedom, it's fine. But if not, if his uncle or his cousin come to redeem him, he's supposed to be able to be redeemed. 50 says,
and he shall reckon with him who bought him from the year that he was sold to him to the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years. According to the time of a hired servant shall it be with him.
Rules, regulations still based around Jubilee. What he's going to pay for his freedom to leave. All right, but remember how he got in that situation. That's what we have to focus on, not to get into that situation. Okay, so we won't get there. Okay, but if we should, these are the rules. Continue, brother.
If there are yet many years, according to them, he shall give again the price of his redemption out of the money that he was bought for.
Right. So now, whatever he was bought for or sold himself for, that's he has a return, and they're going to base any additional money based on how far Jubilee is away and how close it is. 53 says,
and if there remains his redemption.
53.
And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight.
So, no one shall treat your brother in a bad way in your sight. You are your brother's keeper. So as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him. That means he's being paid. All right. But even though he's being paid, that stranger cannot deal with him with rigor or treat him any ill way. All right. As a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight. I mean, you see it, you ain't allowing it. Don't treat my brother or sister that way. I don't care if you're paying them. Don't treat them that way. Okay? Because they're not supposed to rule over us with rigor, with fetish. Okay? So we're conscious of that. As a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight. No, I see this. Continue, brother.
And if he is not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him.
So he maybe had children, but now we know we're in Exodus about if the master gives you children, then when you leave, those children belong to your master, not to you. Okay. 55 says,
for to me the people of Israel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am your Jehovah your God.
So it's written that is Israel homeborn slave. It's written in the prophecy. We supposed to be the servants of the true living God, not anyone else. So that's why we was in Mitzrayim. The Creator brought us out so that we can serve Him and not King. So I often say, if you're not going to serve the Creator, you got to serve systems. So it's either systems or the Creator Himself you're going to serve. You know, that's what we're going to do. That's how it's set up. If we're not on the Creator, we're on the systems. 26th chapter, brothers.
You shall make no idols, nor graven image, nor erect a pillar, nor shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down to it. For I am Jehovah your God.
Okay. You shall make no idols, no graven images, nor erect a pillar, nor shall you set up any image of stone in your land to bow down to it. I'm Jehovah your God. The first set of commandments covers that. All right. Second verse says,
you shall keep my Sabbaths and reverence my sanctuary. I am Jehovah.
Reverence my sanctuaries and keep my Shabbats. Oh, continue.
If you walk in my statutes and keep my commandments and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her produce,
right?
and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit.
So if you walk in my statute, you will walk in my statute. If you keep my commandment and then you do them, conditional, then I will give you what? The rain in the season. I'll give you the land and her produce, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. So our existence and our success depend on Torah. Okay? When Natati Geshmekim Itim, when Natati Eharetz Yibelu, Yevula, when Eitz Hasadeh Yetem Pero. Then I will give you your rain in due season. The land shall yield her produce, and the trees of the field shall yield her fruit. So this is how it's done if we keep Torah. The thing is, rain in season. Shabbat Shalom. That we give crops. Rain out of season damages crops. So it's not just having Geshem, it's having it when we have it. Okay? It's very important. Rain can help and it can destroy. It all depends. Water can bring storms, but in season, it's well. But if you do this, if you walk in my statutes, keep my commandments, and do them, then, that's conditional, you'll get the rain in due season. And as far as our produce, which you read about, you'll have that. And trees of the field shall yield their fruit. Just doing Torah alone does have an effect. The energy, the spirit of it, it does so good to you. 5th verse says,
and your threshing shall last to the time of vintage, and the vintage shall last to the sowing time. You shall eat your bread to the full and dwell in your land safely.
So in your threshing will last to your vintage. All right, and your vintage sowing time. That when you go forth to gather, your substance will last. There'll never be a moment where you're without when you're doing Torah. It all connects. And as we just read in the Shemitah, in the 7th year, I'll cause you in the 6th year to be blessed 3 years if you're the person that lived paycheck to paycheck. And you say, well, how can we do this? Well, I'll bless you for 3 years. So, which they know that your threshing will last to the time of vintage. So the Creator makes whatever you have. In other words, people, take it to modern times. You get a paycheck, the Creator will allow your paycheck to last you until the next paycheck comes through. And in most cases, most time when people get paid, in the next few hours, it's done. Don't last. So the Creator will give you a blessing that will cause your monies to spread, to last until the next income starts. Your vintage. And as a farmer, as an agriculturalist, this will take place. And even today in our means, it takes place. Your threshing should last the vintage shall last the sowing. You should eat. Now, and not only that, here's the key. Eating your bread to the full. Satiety is very important to survive, to be satisfied. Because sometimes people don't eat to satiety. They don't eat to satisfaction. Or they don't eat in full. You know, at one time it talks about us eating in measures. Weighing our food. That's not a good thing. It's scarcity. And we're not a people of scarcity. We're people who are supposed to have an abundance. So in this case, you eat your bread in full and you dwell also safely. So it's not just having substance, it's being healthy, dwelling securely, as it talks about, we just read about, being safe, because true safety comes from the Creator. Mm-hmm. Not our weapons, not our guns and our weapons, not even our ring cameras, it's from the Creator. Amen. That's what you want. You want Him. You don't want to be like King Shlomo, that when he starts to do the things that displease the Creator ends up sending an enemy of Shlomo's father. All through Shlomo's ruling, he had peace. He had no wars. So the Creator controls true peace. So if you want true peace, serve the Creator. And your true peace comes, okay? Because your substance, and like I was saying, having substance and gold, sometimes having a lot, as you read in Mishnah, can be troublesome. You got the bandits, you got the people stealing inside, the people want to take outside. You got to monitor all that. Abraham had 318 trained servants. What do you think you have them for? They got to protect his wealth, his movement, not just to go do things, but to protect his wealth. Because in those days, your wealth went with you. Your cattle, your gold, and your silver, the land that you have there. Well, you didn't put your money in banks and stuff like that. No, you had your currencies with you. And you need to protect that because then you have bandits that will take it. So, but to dwell securely, safety, your children be safe, away from the crooks, the thieves, the murderers, the pedophiles. And that comes from the Creator. And that's what we need more so than our weapons. I'm not saying you can't have weapons, but your true safety comes from the Creator himself. That's when you want true peace, true contentment. And that's what's written in that psalm that says, 92nd, you should not dwell in my land of contentment, my world of contentment, completeness, and not having war. As we read in the Proverbs, that you lay down your sleep will be what? Sweet. Everybody don't have a sweet a sleeping process. No, Yah makes that possible. And the next verse says,
6th verse, and I will give you peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove evil beasts from the land, nor shall the sword go through your land.
So I will give peace in the land. He gives shalom. And you shall lie down, you shall shakar, and none shall make you what? Afraid. That comes from the Creator. Because you can have your weapon, you still be afraid. You'll be afraid. You'll be like the authorities that's out there, and there are a lot of them are afraid. No matter your weapon don't change your fear. Okay? People are afraid with weapons. God said, you won't be afraid. And I will remove evil beasts. He removes evil beasts. So everything's controlled by him. He takes care of trying to control. I will remove evil beasts from the land, nor shall the sword go in your land. So you don't have to worry about wars. Milkama and Shalom didn't have to worry about it. So true shalom comes when you observe the Creator. And this whole earth can be changed if it changed to do some form of righteousness. It was said years ago there were more churches in the borough of Brooklyn than the world. Years ago. Yeah. The borough of Brooklyn in the world. You got a house on every block. And that was just church. That didn't include masjids or mosques or Knessets or camps or synagogues. So if you got all these particular places proclaiming the Creator, why isn't there shalom, more peace in the societies? Are they truly dealing with the true living God? Because that brings about the peace. It's when they don't deal with the Creator that brings about, as he said, the wild beasts, the insecurities, all the happenings, or he said even in the city and the Creator has not done it. Major things. So though you have these things exist, but it's not they're doing the work of the Creator. Okay, you have to do the work of the Creator. It has to go beyond where you're at and express to the outsides. It must do that. You must be the example when you walk on those streets. Okay, you must be that example, and people will come to you. They don't have to be Israel, and seek you. So listen, I want to know how to do this. What you do, that's how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be the repairers of the breach, it says, and a path to dwell in. All right, because the world is broken. We're broken. We're trying to get healed so that we can help do the job that we're supposed to do. We got a job to do. Okay, and the thing about it is, this is the utopia here to be in. The land safety, you have its sobriety, your homes, your various things. You don't have to worry about wars and so forth. But that comes with righteousness. Okay, and that's the position we're supposed to be in. What the Creator is giving us, pride to us getting the land, is letting us know this is your utopia. You can obtain this. It's possible. But there are things, that's why it says, if you walk in my statute, keep my. This is an if, and that's the clause. It's conditional, Israel. You're not going to get that without doing this. But what it shows you is that Torah benefits everyone if they do it, not just us. So we have to walk this. In the 8th verse it says, now in the 7th it says what?
You shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword.
All right, so you're going to chase your enemies, those that you do have. And they will fall before you. So before the sword, they'll fall before you, and you'll chase your enemies. Okay, and will adopt them. So and you shall chase your enemy, and they shall fall before you by the sword. All right, deep. Now, this is the process that if you should have enemies when you're doing Torah, this is what happens. And the 8th verse says,
And 5 of you shall chase 100, and
and
100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight, and your enemies shall fall before you by the sword.
So 5 you shall chase 100, and 100 you shall put 10. That's the minority beating the majority. That's the power you have only when you serve the Creator now. That 5 you shall chase 100, 100 you shall put 10,000 to fight, and your enemy shall fall before you by the sword. And the examples that the Creator gave you within scriptures when he went to war, we had the one lapping like the dog, the water. Various instances the Creator showed that you don't need a lot of people to do certain things. Matter of fact, and we talked about the a remnant being left. A remnant is from a whole. God's not going to need that because when you do the right things, the Creator, I always say it's like say finding one good man is worth like 10 men. When you find one good soul, one good person, that's good, I'm saying. And jobs do that when they downsize. They say we can take 5 people, can replace 15 if they quality. If they are quality. So in other words, you don't always have to have large numbers to do things. You have to have people of quality. That's what's more important than numbers. You know, and I always stress that. We don't have to have, but you can do work as if you were hundreds or thousands. And I always say, like what? Star Trek. You got Kirk, and around Kirk, you got Spock, and you got Lieutenant Uhura, and you got Scotty, you got all these people. It doesn't say Kirk is the smartest guy, but he had intelligent people around him and progressive around him. So when he has a situation, he hears from each one of them. Because why? He has a good team. And that's what's needed. People, quality, people work. And the same thing Yitro told Moshe. Choose people who are what quality, who fear evil and illegal gain and so forth, and fear God, because that's what you need around you. You don't choose because they're your friend, because you came up with them. You choose them because they're righteous and they fit the spot and they do the work. That's what's important. See, everybody want to speak and talk, but this is like I was saying, we don't need teachers, we need doers. Not teachers, but speakers, doers. You always need teachers. But you teach in your examples. Your examples, you walk. You need speakers. So we don't have the results. You need schools, you need your hospitals, you need your nursing homes, you need your supermarkets, you need your stores, you need all the various things. Because when we go to do anything, we always go in to get things from people who don't look like us. We're supposed to be able to service ourselves. That's what's important, and we're not there yet. So we have a way to go to do that. That's important. You have to do that walk. And when we walk, others will come to you. The Creator will send others to you when you're doing the work. A lot of people thought it was just about because you read some prayers and read some scripture. No, you got to live. You got to do. That's what this is about. Next verse says,
For I will turn myself to you and make you fruitful.
I will turn myself. I will turn myself to you and make you fruitful, and then I'll multiply you and establish my berit with you. That's what I'll do for you when you're doing what I say. What he said, it's better to what? To obey than the sacrifice. That's what I want you to obey me. Well, go ahead. Next verse says,
And you shall eat old store and remove the old because of the new.
Oh man, we back to old store, new store. Which means what? Which means that again, as I said previously, and you will eat old store. All right. I call them Yashan. No Shan. Yashan mifnei chadesh totzi'u, and you shall eat old store and remove the old because of the new. Which means you have, the Creator makes what you have last. And now you're to the point where, you know what? I have to even get rid of this so I can use the new. I haven't spent the old money, I'm bringing in modern terms, and yet the new money is coming in. The new grain is coming in, and yet we still have, because the Creator has preserved what you have. You're not living mouth to mouth, hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, job, just over broke. No, you have substance, but it's the Creator who's causing it, not you because you work 2 jobs or you do this. No, he's blessing endeavors, what you put your hand to, because you're living in a righteous manner. Therefore, whatever you do, whatever you take endeavors in, he blesses it. That's how this works. 11 says,
And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not loathe you.
Okay, I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not go. When Yah sets his tabernacle amongst you, that's a blessing. But it means that you must live right, because he cannot deal with all sorts of things among us, our behaviors. So that's an honor when he brought his tabernacle amongst you. Then he won't loathe you. Because if he loathes you, he's going to destroy you. You don't want that. 12 says,
and I will walk among you and will be your God, and you shall be my people.
Very, very, very deep. I will walk among you. And that's deep. He halti betochem. Ayiti lachem le'elahim. Atem tiyu la'ni. I will walk among you, and I will be your God first, your powers. You shall be my people. But it takes results to be there. You got to do something to become and stay in the good stead of the Creator. Right? You have to become what he wants. Not what you want, but what he wants. And that's the key to this. And now he goes further and says, 13.
I am Jehovah your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves, and I have broken the bars of your yoke and made you go upright.
I made you go upright like Yeshua. You see, I've broken the bars of your yoke and made you go upright. You know, when something is yoking you, the weight of the yoke, the iron is on your neck, it causes you to go like this. You may see them in the slavery days, and they're walking like this. But because the weight of the yoke is holding them down. So you take the yoke off of them, and they can stand up. But metaphorically, what he's saying is, I took you from that, and now you can go upright. I've broken the bars of your yoke and made you go upright. So you don't have to no longer bend down. But it's not just a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing. I've changed your conditions in your life so that now you have Torah to what? Make you go upright. And you have a reason, a will, a means to go forward now. You don't have to bow down in the sense to live a certain way now. Now you have standards. You have to be righteous. I removed those yokes from off of you which weigh you down and freed you up. Now you can serve me. Otherwise, that yoke will definitely be upon you, and it will definitely hold you down. That's why I have to take you out of Mitzrayim, because you can't serve the two masters. Either you serve your Creator or you serve system. That's how it's set up. That's why you never see the word free really in Torah. You're going to serve something. You're going to serve either the Creator or you're going to serve the systems that you're under. That's how it works. All right? So you better to serve the Creator. Next verse says, my brother.
But if you will not listen to me and will not do all these commandments, and if you shall despise my statutes, or if your soul loathes my judgments, so that you will not do all my commandments, but that you break my covenant, I also will do this to you. I will appoint you over terror, consumption, and fever, and that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of heart. And you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it.
Oh, whoa, now that's deep. But if you don't listen to me, and you will not do all these commandments, and if you despise my statutes, which we have as a people, and your soul hate my judgments, then this will I do to you. Okay? I'll also do this to you. I will appoint over you terror. But he told us before, we don't have to be afraid. You can sleep sweet. But no, now you're going to get terror. And consumption and fever, sicknesses that shall consume the eyes. So a lot of sicknesses are not new. The cancers are not new. The consumption of cells going wrong. Whatever illnesses, I'll give you to put the certain sicknesses that are Egypt on you. So now that reciprocates. Consumptions and fever that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of what? Of the heart. And you shall sow your seed. Okay? You will sow your seeds atem larik in vain, or your enemy shall eat it up. Or your bechem. So that's deep. You know, one of the things that it says in Lamentation that our enemies ate up our labor, our food, our land, took our land. When you work and somebody else enjoys, that's very deep. And it's written that a man shall enjoy the fruit of his labor. But when you're working and someone else is enjoying your labor, that's not a good thing. But that's what happened to us. We planted, somebody else enjoyed. We worked, someone else enjoyed. In the land, in occupation, and outside in diaspora, we worked and nations got wealthy. Systems got wealthy. This country and other countries around the world was wealthy off of our labor. You see? And it's supposed to benefit us. But it didn't. It benefited the slave masters and the owners and so forth. This is what the Creator is saying. That, no, you're going to eat and others will enjoy. I mean, that's deep. Why would you want to work and somebody else get the produce, the proceeds from what you work, and not you? You didn't get anything. Or your family. Nothing. 17 says,
And I will set my face against you. You shall be slain before your enemies. They who hate you shall reign over you. You shall flee when none pursues you.
So I will set my face against you, and you shall be slain before your enemies. Oh, we witness that. Because the Creator is not with you. And they who hate you shall reign over you. Oh, we've seen that too. We know about that. You put us under people who hate us. You don't have to do anything. If you think Tulsa, Oklahoma, Rosewood, Wall Street, all right, just be successful. Anger in Tulsa and in Rosewood and Hattie in North Carolina and many other cities, 39 of them were profitable and successful, but they were hated amongst others. And the thing was to bring them down. So it's not that you have to do anything. Okay? They don't like your success. They didn't bring you here to be lawyers and doctors and so forth. No. You see, but the Creator lets you know that these things that they rule over you, those who hate you. What 18 says?
And if you will not, yet for all this, listen to me,
yes,
then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins.
7 times more for your sins I will punish you. Why? Because to whom much is given, much is demanded. You see? Because you have the Torah, you knew God. You're the firstborn, therefore you're appointed 7 times more for your sins than what others would do or what they would get. Okay, so this is how it goes. Go ahead, talk to me.
And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your skies like iron and your earth like bronze.
Okay, so what if you got on your power? Who's that? Kane Usha, which is for copper. Right? So I'll make it like, so in other words, your land is not growing. Famine comes in, the rain, you're not getting the rain. Ground is hard, you can't grow. Or metaphorically, like sitting in a prison. So you know, you can take it many different ways, physically and spiritually, but the fact of it is, it's not benefiting you. All because your conditions don't favor the Creator. Wherever you go, and whatever time it's in, doesn't matter, then and now.
Amen.
It's like this. It's like this. It's just troubled times. You know, but you can change that time. And remember, I often say that your enemies have no power over you. Your enemies have no power. We give them power. We give them power when we misbehave. When we misbehave, they get power. When we behave, they lose power. Okay, it's like the time Moshe, they held his hand up and said we were winning. Then his arm dropped high and said we were losing. Well, here, it's the same metaphor. When we do right, they lose power. Matter of fact, if you work for the Creator, guess what? They'll come to you. You want to get the elephant off your back really as a people? Then we know what we have to do. And that will eliminate. You have to pick up weapons and all that. No, you don't have to. You just have to turn towards the Creator. Anytime a people did us wrong and we was with God, the Creator brought other nations against them. Babylon came against us. The Creator sent Persia against Babylon. That's how it works. You see, the Creator owns everything, and everything works in His behalf. You just have to serve the Creator, and things work for you. They have no power, people. When we misbehave, they get paid. That's how it works. When we sick, they get paid. When we violate, they get paid. Not only by putting on the silver bracelets, the handcuffs, going into the prisons, and the courts, and the lawyers, and the judges, and the court officers, and the correction officers, and everybody makes money off of us.
Yeah.
I mean, when we misbehave, they get paid. And then when we murder each other, there's an undertaker, there's a graveyard people. Pay to come in this world, and you pay to come out. It costs you. Either way, to utilize us as a means of money. That's what they use us for. We're always to be in debt. And here the trade don't like us in debt. But that's what they put us in. But we put ourselves in based on our behavior. So they lose power. And I like to use a Montgomery, Alabama boycott when they just decide not to go not to take the public picture. And it's so in depth that the system had to change. The system didn't like them. They didn't like them no matter what. But guess what? It hurt them in their pockets. So they said, you can ride on the bus any way you want now because you hurt them in their pockets. So imagine if you did some of the same things today, you work together as people as you did back then. So we're not supporting that, we're getting our own bus companies per se. It's different, you see. But more you're serving the Creator, and that list of those people who are over you, because really, the Creator can change that thing like He changed Pharaoh's heart. He changed them anytime. So the key is to work for the Creator, and He'll change their heart and their mindset or anything around. That's the power. Because they have no power. Again, when you misbehave, the summons is coming. When you drive past the speed limit, which is 25 miles an hour, guess what? Camera catch you, get in the mail. School zone, 10 miles, you get in the mail. Bus lane, between 7 in the morning, 7, you get in the mail. When you misbehave, they get paid. That's how it goes. When you misbehave against the system or against the Creator, systems get paid. That's how it works. All right? When you're sick, they get paid. And healthy people don't make as much money as sick people make the systems. Pharmaceuticals and everything else. So when we understand with Creator, all the sickness removed, all the game plan removed, because now you know how to what? Avoid all the dark holes. You're not in that. But when you don't, He puts you in the way of all the vipers come and suck you dry. That's what happens. Naturality then and now. He puts you in harm's way. So it doesn't benefit us health-wise. It doesn't benefit us financially wise, education wise. Listen, yeah, you have your education, but you're educated in a way to benefit the system, not yourself. Education is when you can take the learning and benefit you, and build for you and benefit yours. Systems will educate you on their behalf. So they're not worried about you, because you can still be an educated person and be a slave. You can be a $40 million slave. You can even have money, because you're directing your funds and energy to benefit. When you benefit yourself and your people, that's the difference. So the miseducated, you're miseducated. Okay, you have to be rightfully educated in a way that now you and yours will benefit others than we go to school to benefit other people. Next verse says, my brother.
20th verse. Your strength shall be spent in vain. For your land shall not yield her produce.
You understand?
Nor shall the trees of the land yield their fruits.
So your existence is not just a physical one, how much you work. It's your blessing. Your strength is spent in vain. Now the book of Haggai has a great example of that. That you work all day in the field and you bring little in. And that which you brought in is as if you put it in a bag that had holes in it, the Creator says. All right? You expected much. You did overtime, and you expect the check to be much more, but when you got the check, it was less. He says, why? Because I blew on it and made it dissipate. So in other words, your blessings is still dependent upon you doing Torah. Even though you're working, have your business and so forth, your success, your endeavors depend on you going on what the Creator wants you to do. You see your success then and now when you understand how this really works. So you will be spent your strength. Who want to work in vain? And then your land is not going to, no matter how much you work your land, no how many you work your jobs, you don't get the produce. You don't get the fruits that you expected. It doesn't work for you. 21 says,
And if you walk contrary to me and will not listen to me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins.
So now you walk contrary to me, even though I'm giving you these things, I'm punishing you, and you still become hard-hearted. I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to what? According to your what? Your sins. Your sins. You get your plagues according to your sins. What we do is it's written that I will deal with you according to what? Your ways. Okay. That's it. Read on.
I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate.
I will do all among you. Rob you of your children, destroy your cattle, and they're physical beasts, and it's metaphorically. The beasts could be the systems, or the evils in the system, the teachings, the foods, anything will rob you away. Your children come home and you don't know them because now they educated them in a way that they say, hey, you're like, wow, where's this? Because ahead of that rocks the trader controls the world. But it ain't even in your control. We already know the children are what? Ward of the state. So I will send, and the cattle, you be few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. Bad sign when your highways are desolate. There shall be people traveling on the highway. It's not a good sign. Talk to me, brother. 23.
23rd verse. And if you will not be admonished by me by these things, but will walk contrary to me,
yes,
then will I also walk contrary to you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins.
I will walk contrary you and punish you 7 times more for all our sins. Why all that? When it's just obeying. Continue. 25th says,
and I will bring a sword upon you
that
shall avenge my covenant.
Okay.
And when you are gathered together inside your cities, I will send a pestilence among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy.
Bring that sword upon you, shall avenge on my covenant. When you are gathered together in your cities, here comes the pestilence. Okay, here comes the pestilence. Okay, among you, and you shall be delivered into the hand of your enemy. The pestilence, the same that could work against the enemies, work against us. The bugs, the roaches, the various things, and the pestilence also can get people. But I will send them against you. 26 says what?
And when I have broken the staff of your bread,
now look at this. Go ahead.
10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and you shall eat and be satisfied.
So, bishri lachem, matel lachem afu. All right, it says nashim. So you bake your broken your staff of bread afu, and then it says nashim, 10 women. Lachmekim. All right, bake your bread. All right. In Batanur Ekar, okay, Heshiru. Now, and look at this, and your bread again, Lachmekim, the Mishkal, by shekels, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. I've cut them low tish. So look at that. Your staff of your bread, your eating possibilities. 10 women. So now, you figure it's 10 women should be 10 ovens, but it's not. Now what is this is your reduction process. Now you're reduced. So you're going through a time where it's very slim. It's like Joseph saying, the 7 years of famine. So I've broken the staff of your bread. So you don't have that severity and that abundance that you for. And now you have 10 women baking your bread in one oven. Not good. You should have 10 ovens. But you're still eating, Baruch Hashem, for that. But now you're eating out of one oven instead of 10. And the way to deliver your bread again is by weight, by shekel. That means scarceness. You have to weigh how much you're going to eat today so we can make sure we have enough for this week. That's not how we're supposed to eat. But because we're not following the Creator's commandments, this is what we get. And they deliver your bread by weight, and you should not eat. And then when you do eat, you're not filled. You're not satisfied. And that's the deep part. Satisfaction comes from the Creator. True satisfaction Because even in wealth, you can have cars and homes and money and all those things. And guess what? You still may not be happy. Because it's not about the things really, but we don't understand that. Because we get to understand wealth, what wealth really is. We have 3 rules of wealth. You got to what? Own it. You got to control it. And you got to be able to pass it down. If you can't do those 3 things, it's not wealth. Okay? We think wealth is we have cars and this. No. You can get all those things. But what's the point if you have no family, no children to take hold of the wealth and to utilize it and to, as I said earlier, to feed people and to clothe people and do the things you're supposed to do with wealth, not brag how much you got, not to get into the rap songs, how many gold chains and cars you have. That's not what wealth is about. Or to make somebody feel low. No, that's not what it's about.
That's right.
People lose full understanding that. That's the way the systems has given you the understanding of thinking that's what it's not about that. No. It's not that. So you have all these things, and yet you're not happy. You eat and you don't satisfy. You got all these things, and you thought that was going to make you happy. But yet you're lonely, and you die lonely without your loved ones around you. The greatest assets you can have, I always say, is what? Your creator and your family. The greatest assets, your brothers and your sisters. Okay? Next verse says,
27th verse. And if you will not for all this listen to me, but walk contrary to me, then I will walk contrary to you also in fury. And I will chastise you 7 times for your
sins. It only
sins.
gets greater and greater if you walk by Kari, contrary to the Creator. So you get 7 times even more than what we read before. Now, 29 says,
and you shall eat the flesh of your sons and the flesh of your daughters shall you
Well,
eat.
we read that in history. That we ate our sons and daughters. Okay, before this in history. Read the book. Okay? According to the king said, well, we ate my son today, and she ate her son today, and we said, we'll eat my son tomorrow. And then when it came to tomorrow, the lady hid her son. They brought it to the king. That's deep when you got to eat it, but that's how low we felt. So we started eating human flesh of each other. But that's how the Creator will bring you when you don't follow His words. Continue.
And I will destroy high places and cut down your images and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall loathe you.
Those same images that you worship, I throw your carcasses on those images. Okay? All a part of why and all this we were given prior to getting into the land now. So we can't say that we didn't know, because the Most High always give us warning before. He always forewarns. He tells us what's going to happen.
Amen. So
we had information. I'm saying he don't just do something without letting us know. He warns us prior to coming down with the punishment. We get a chance to what? Change, to repent. So he's educating us, as I was saying, in the wilderness. You go into Harvard and Yale in the wilderness. You're going to the University of the Creator. Now, you're being taught, because remember, you're coming from Mitzrayim. You're becoming a people. You need rules and regulations and constitution and bylaws and civil laws to what? To guide you. And you can't go according to where you were. He told you, don't do as they did in Mitzrayim. He did all the things that they did. The mother with the son and so forth, uncovering. And then he says, where you're going, don't do as they do, as the Canaanites do. So imagine what you learned down in Mitzrayim. Let's understand something. Egypt was one of the most intellectual places. All right, but yet you understand they were clean physically in all art, tactics, and moral that Creator wasn't with. The nations that we were under in the continent were very intellectual people, war people. God didn't tell us we were more intelligent than them. We definitely wasn't stronger than them. The fact that you understand these are the Lord, He says, this is why I'm evicting them, because what they did. But yet they were great people in work, but not in righteousness. That's the difference. So yes, you learned a lot in Mitzrayim. You learned a lot. You went to school. You're more Egyptian than anything. And now you're more American, whether you like it or not, than you're Israel. You may think you are, but you're not. If you were in 70 years in Babylon, you had to read up in Nehemiah, Ezra, what happened just in 70 years. Can you imagine? Over 400 years?
Amen.
Come on, you gotta be kidding me. You are more in this system than you are what you should be. So that's why we're growing to work to get back. And even then, there's things that you're not sure about. You have various cultures and stuff you have adopted and aggregated to, and various things that you have to wean out. Keys, you got to get close to the Creator. Within all of that, we have to understand We were the fourth at that. And now we have to go back. But this is given to us prior to we going into the land. Go ahead, brother.
31st verse.
Mm-hmm.
And I will lay your cities waste and bring your sanctuaries to desolation, and I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors.
So so in other words, listen, your cities go waste, your sanctuary, listen. Often say, and I say this before, if the people in the place are not doing right, I don't care how many prayers you say in the place is not right. It's about the people, not about the house. If you pray in your house and you tefillah in your house and the Rebbe come to pray, it's nice, it's good. But guess what? The house becomes righteous when the people in the house is righteous.
Amen.
So you gotta say this is the way it works. That the people must be right. Our sanctuary. So there was a point in the book we had a sodomite house next to the Creator's house. We did all sorts of things. And the Creator says, told the prophet, listen, I will not be inquired about these men as if they did righteousness. And it says we go into the house, we do whatever we do, we come out, we back into the evil. That's not the way it's supposed to be. That's what we're doing. So of course our houses are desolate. So the Creator destroyed them. People mourn for them, for the house, but the house God destroyed because it wasn't right. We must be right. Your first house must be right here. This must be right. Okay, you can get a building or whatever, but the fact is, what are you going to do in the building that makes it right? You don't even have to have a building. You can have a small place like this and do great things. Remember I say, it's not necessarily about numbers. It's about the power, the force that you have, what you do, the work that you do, that can affect many, many. That's the difference. You have the quality. It's about quality, efficiency. Do you have that? And you can go forth. So houses, guess what? Are closing. A lot of the sanctuaries are closing. I mean, they're closing. Look at them. We know what's going on. A lot of them are closing. Okay, so it's not just about getting a house. It's about what you're going to do within that house or from that house. What's important more than the size of the house and so forth. Because remember, it also costs. There's a revenue that has to go along with it. And we're not the best people to give revenue. You were better in the church giving than you are giving now. And that's the truth. We not like it. You very rarely give to your organizations now. So guess a lot of them will close based on your giving because we don't like to give. But when you were in the church, you gave. You gave so much. It was so deep. But when you come into this way of life, somehow you reason or had others tell you, oh, you can't get office. All right, you believe that. As I often tell people, Yaakov, when he said he's going to give something to a tenth, did he tell you about a priest? Did he tell you about a priest? He said, Lord, you bring me back and you give me what? Food and clothing. That's what he said, right? And you bring me back to my father's house of peace, and I give you a tenth. What'd you give me? You don't read about no coin. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying you don't read about it. Okay. So who told you have to have the coin to get back to God?
That's right.
Who told you that? That's because in your heart, you didn't want to do it. Yes. And the same way you felt then, you feel now, and that's why we don't have. Because every place that we go into, no one looks like us. We don't want to build our houses of worship. But yet we say we trust in your God. And I was told years ago, see God. So evidently, we see God as being limited, not limitless, because we don't go so far in life. Why is that? With all this information, with all this information, but remember, knowledge and application equals success. And I'm speaking about me and everyone, not just everyone. We have to do better.
Yes.
You got to do better. I'm telling you, you look around, it's a shame.
Speak the truth, Nancy.
Look at it. Come on. Like I said, that's why I keep saying it's not speakers we need doers. We need workers. Because like I always tell people, when we get from down here, we got on work clothes. We on rules. We doing things. Because things got to get done. You gotta build. You gotta feed. There's things you have to do. It's not gonna sit there. And if you think God is gonna come do it for you, the things you're supposed to do yourself, It's not going to happen. So your places will close until you put the interest in your place. And then when they close, they run over to another place. And what happened? Same disaster. Because we're recyclable people, as we often say. We're recyclable. But we're not doing what we're supposed to do to keep the place of worship. We should have daycares and school, everything. And don't tell me it's impossible because people just got here. Have everything like that we're supposed to have. But our focus must be on the Creator and to do it in righteousness if you've done it. Okay, you can't always not going to do it. Okay, you can do more with 2 or 3 than a whole bunch of people. You can go a place with somebody who want to go than 10 who don't want to go. And as a man said years ago to a brother, he said, you got a good, to a brother, he said, you got good ideas, but you got the wrong crew. Because you're just not going nowhere. I'm just going to tell you, with the wrong, you got to put spirit, the right people who want to do it, go, and then you'll move. And it must be in a righteous cause, though. Because our wealth is different, built on difference than the nations. It must be righteousness, man. Everything got to do right. Because it should be our people in these community houses, and we can all walk to our place, and we control them. We can cut off a block and say no traffic going through. Just like they do up in Brooklyn Avenue and shut everything down. That's the power you're supposed to have. But we don't see it. You have to be able to see it, because you can have gold in your soil, diamonds, and all that. But it means nothing if you don't see consciousness. We didn't see it. That's why somebody could walk by and say, hey, sell me your house. You sold it for what? Peanuts. Didn't realize how much your land was worth. Got rid of it. There was more people with blacks for land in the turn of the century than now. And businesses. If somebody told you you are Southern, whatever, and you need to go up north, you become educated and what, and guess what? You got rid of your land, knowing that was a faculty, man. Create that no more. You get that, work that, learn that, build on, do everything on it. Learn how to work it, how it benefit you. When I say, well, got to own it, control it, and pass it down to your children, to your nieces, whatever. I mean, but then we were told other things. We believed the other things. Deceptive. No. When you're going with the Creator, He guides you so you don't fall into those traps. You must give your children the right information, what to do. Pass the baton and teach them. It may not be your son and your daughter. It may be a little boy down the block that God said, well, teach them.
That's right.
Like Shemuel was.
Amen.
Not bad, brother. Close us up.
And I will bring the land into desolation. Your enemies who dwell in it shall be astonished.
Your enemies who are dwelling in the land will be astonished. And bring into desolation. They'll be astonished in it. 33 says.
And I will scatter you among the nations. Okay. And will draw out a sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities laid waste. So while you are in other nations, I will draw a sword after you in those nations, and your land at the same time will be desolate, and your cities laid waste. 34 says. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate, and you are in your enemy's land. Then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbath. Now we started out with Shemitah, with Jubilee, the 7th year, or going the 7th into why? Because the land was supposed to lie rest. We didn't do that. We didn't let the land rest. We went out and worked the land. The land's supposed to rest. It's a spiritual connection to this as well. People, you understand? So you don't get the blessings because you work the land in the 7th year. You're not supposed to work it. You didn't let the Sabbath get a Sabbath. Remember, it started out that this is the land and have a Sabbath to the Creator. Just like we have a Sabbath to the Creator, and it's His Sabbath the land have. We didn't want the land to rest. So we did opposite that. So therefore, and He could have told you the consequences to it, what we had read earlier. Then shall the land wise for the rest because you're out of it. And you know what's sad? You can give us a brand new building. Now, what happened to this building? Doors ripped off, all information. What happened? Because what we got to understand is not about just building something new. It's about changing the mindset of a people you're going to put in there. Because you put those people in that same building with the same mindset, they're going to destroy it. You can't do that, people. You must change. You must be resurrected. Your mindset must change because I'm not going to, you don't treasure diamonds or all the elegance because that's not where your head is at now. You're not built that.
I always say money can't buy class. I don't care how much money you got. You just don't have no class. You can't buy that. You have to change your mindset to know now I can live in that building. You can't live with everyone. I don't care how black they are. I'm sorry. The people who were ejected out of the land prior to us were brothers and sisters of the continent. They were black just like us, and so were the Egyptians. It's about your behavior, and their behavior was wrong. God put them out, and when we behave wrong, He got to put us out. Y'all black, you were. You're gone out of here because it's about your righteousness. So it tells us you can't live with everyone. They may be your color, but not your kind.
That's right.
Their behavior is different. As he read in the last Parashat, that what? That I separated you. And that I want you to know the difference between clean and unclean. Yeah. Come on, people. It's about being right. You're going to find other people that don't look like you want to be right. Hey, what you going to do? They're coming. You got to treat one more for the strange and the homeborn, regardless of how they treat us. You have to deal how they treat us. But if you think that you're going to get a whole bunch of, look at it. A place like the continent had more wealth in it, but they're too busy fighting against one another. So others have come in the continent and taken all the resources out while you're busy fighting with one another. And you should be able to say, listen, let's work together and keep things outside out. No. And yet your wealth don't benefit your people. They extract all the diamonds, all the oil, everything out the system. It's deep. That so much is so involved in that continent, and yet it don't benefit all the people, and others around the world can benefit. It has to be right with the Creator. And the same with us. When we don't do the right, it doesn't benefit us. Our land, nothing happens for us as it should. And we're looking at it as it's written. It says, I've seen something that says in Proverbs where princes are walking and servants riding on horses. It's not supposed to be that way. The servant's supposed to be walking, and the prince is riding on a horse. But you're looking at, then you know how far that we've got. You work on jobs that your supervisors and your bosses, you know they shouldn't be no supervisors. But this is where you at. There's no way in the world that this person should be over you. Yeah. Totally out of place. But this is where we at. This is how far we've fallen. We're looking at this happen. We're looking at the whole world change in front of us. Yeah. Even in this system that we live in, seeing that people be in positions that you know no wonder what it should be there. But that's the Creator showing you something at the same time, starting to bring it down. Because this is what happened to us. Finish this out, brother. Next verse.
Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths as long as it lies desolate, and you are in your enemy's land, and then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbath.
Why? They put us out, now the building rests. They put other people in. The building now is clean, it's this, there's no this. Why couldn't we keep the building together? Do you know how many buildings we even had as Israel? What happened to those buildings? Do you know how many, this land that Israel had? Lost the land. Buildings. Why? There's buildings that they had, we don't have to spend $1 or $30. They wouldn't want to pay that. So let's pray everybody pay this and keep the building. Yeah. If you know how much we had among us here in this land, you didn't want to do that. So, and it's real. The Creator have ways of getting you things, but you don't want to do that. To work towards Him, work with each other. No. Show our mindset. That's why I say you have to change your mindset first before you do anything. Because all this is what village, what nation. We're supposed to be a nation, but that's not how we operate. It's not. We're a defunct nation. Are you kidding me? You have qualities. You're so powerful, but we use our power. Listen, the nations know that we're the best. We built these places, but we work for them. We work for them. We make them wealthy. Now see?
35th verse. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when you dwelt upon it.
You got to get you out of it in order for it to do right. You got to get you out of a building. They put buildings, but why? That's why I said we had things years ago, and as a kid, I saw that. But we didn't do the right thing with it. Big places, but now we don't. And once we out, it's hard. We don't have the finance to put the places back together. We got to go to strangers and say, are you kidding me? Why besides that, those are things you have to think about. Go ahead, my brother. And you can't say we have more degrees in this nation and more teachers and even but it's something about us doing it together to make it work. Why? With all these contractors going in and you have homes, you should be your people working to fix your home, cutting your grass, any little thing. But it's others doing it, and you look at it like something's wrong with that. I'm not even talking about difficult things. So why? Economics amongst us. Why? Continue, brother.
And upon those who are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies.
In their enemies' land, you're going to pine away. So if you're pining away your iniquity, which means you still have to do righteousness in your enemy's land. When you're pining away your iniquity, how do you measure iniquity and righteousness in your enemy's land? Because Torah still exists. And you still must do Torah in your enemy's land. But instead, you pine away in your iniquity. That's deep. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And the sound of shaking leaf shall chase them,
Okay.
and they shall flee, as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues them.
You see? So now we get to the point now that we left our enemy's land, and he got down. He says, "He wada yadu like your day, and they shall confess their iniquity in the iniquity of their." No, we pine away in our enemy's land. I was looking a little early, going a little ahead of myself there. Because I'm scattering you among the nations, draw the sword after you. Then the land shall enjoy her Sabbath as long as it lies desolate, and you in your enemy's land. Then, as long as it lies desolate, it will rest. All right, those who are left of you alive, I will send a faintness into their hearts and lands in their enemies. So you're here, and now you have faintness. And the sound of a shaking leaf scares you. And they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall. When not even someone's chasing, you're running, you're hearing voices. No one. That's the Most High God, because it says the righteous is bold as a lion. You know, but we're afraid of every little thing. The Spirit of God has left you. The Ruach Elohim is gone. And I often say this to people. 12 men went to spy out the land. 10 came back with the wrong one. Yet, they're all in the same, different tribe, but 2 came back with the right. What's the difference? Because they don't see things the same, because the Ruach Elohim was only with what? 2 of them. It's written. You need that Ruach Elohim. It's not just working without. You need the Creator. That's the difference. If you're going to do it right, and if you're going to build, you're going to build with the Ruach Elohim. That's the way you're going to build. Because it says, what? The builder build in vain if he build without it. For us. For us. Keep going, brother.
37th verse. And they shall fall up one upon another as it were before a sword.
In other words, you're not in sequence. You can't fight together. You can't even fight with each other. You're hurting each other. You're just totally off. And they shall fall one upon another as it were before a sword, when none pursue. You're falling down and someone chasing you. You're bumping into each other. Ain't nobody chasing you. That's our own energy. That's our own. We are our own worst enemy, as it's written. In many ways. Look, you falling upon no one was and no power to stand before your what? Enemies. You got no power. And I said your enemies have no power because the power comes from the Creator. And all you have to do is live how you're supposed to live, and the Creator can take the power away from them. They have no real power. You make them like a giant based on your behavior. When you misbehave, they get power. If you want to take the power from them, then we must behave as the Creator wants us to. And that's how you decrease their power. You become strong, and they become weak. You see, 2 things can't occupy the same space at one time, so you choose. You want them weak, then you have to do right. You don't do right, they become strong. So remove strength from them by what? Serving the Creator. And their power becomes weak. Continue, brother.
And you shall perish among the nations, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up.
That can be spoken in many ways. The land of your enemies is eating you up in many ways. Not just physically, not just through deaths and dying and authority abuse and land abuse and high diabetes and high, leaving him unlike before, even more. Eat you up. 39.
And those who are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemy's land. And also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away.
Not only you doing your iniquity, you're doing iniquity that your fathers did. So look how much we got over us. And you think we're not in trouble? You brothers and sisters out here in this world out backwards. The weed that they smoking is killing them. They don't even realize it. Anytime a system say, okay, we're gonna put it in place for you, guess what? You gotta think otherwise. That's why you gotta go to God and say, why are they doing it? Not, so two things happen. They get profit and you lose your life. Because now we have young men are walking around messed up. That's what's going on. You're not growing it. But we don't see that. That's another tool. That's not supposed to work on you, but we're not serving the Creator. It works on you. Look what's happening now. They don't have to have guns and they don't have to. It's in the system. And you're willingly doing it. The foods that you're eating is destroying you. Your lifestyle is destroying you. So now everyone is smoked out, but not to their benefit. This is getting deep, people. And it's deeper than what you think. Yeah, they're getting controlled population because they already know what you like, what you dislike. You think the systems don't know you? They know everything about you. They know you better than you know yourself. So you're destroying your own self. So you want to live, then you have to take as hard and say, people, you got to be your own first priority physician. When you go to the road fair, he said, what's wrong with you?
Teach.
He asks you. Then he give you blood work and say, okay, now it's up to you to decide what you're going to do now, how you're going to deal with this.
Right.
But you got to be interested in how to deal with it. And I would say always you go to Yah first. Then you seek out the position for the final, and then you decide what way you're going to go about it. But if you know something is destroying you, and you know, then you have to what? Change that. Change your ways, your habits, your lifestyle, and change how your diet is. You want to move forward. Sometimes there's things that are permissible that you have to say, hey, I'm not doing this right now. Yes. There's times you have to say no to certain things so that you can get in a better state and condition. Because you don't need that right now. You don't need cells dying and blocking out right now. You need all your faculties. In this day and time, if you understand what's going on, the war is not done. The war is deeper than that.
Spiritual warfare.
It's a spiritual warfare going on. It's a financial warfare. It's all sorts. And you got to be on a level, but you got to seek God first. That's it. Not bad, brother. Speak on.
40th verse. But they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass, which they trespassed against me.
Okay, now here's one of the antidotes to how we can deal with this. That because remember the last verse says, we're left in our enemy's land in the 39. And also the iniquities of our forefathers we will pine away. We're in our enemy's land. In our enemy's land. If they will confess the iniquity of their fathers with their trespass, which they trespassed against me, and that they also have walked contrary to me. Your fathers are deceased. They made their transition. But yet you still have to confess our forefathers' iniquities in the lands that we are in now. And we confess our own. We acknowledge our own. So don't think confession started with Catholicism. We've been confessing. Amen. It's in scriptures in many ways. We have to acknowledge that and take responsibility because Torah makes us accountable as well as responsible. So now we acknowledge that. We confess that we trespassed against our Creator and our forefathers did. That we walked contrary to the Creator. Now look what 41 says.
And that I also have walked contrary to them.
That the Creator walked contrary to us.
And have brought them into the land of their enemies.
I brought them into the land. I've used these other nations to get you where you're at now because of our misbehavior. Continue.
And if then their uncircumcised hearts are humble.
Now, at the present time, God said, you are uncircumcised in your heart. I don't care if you're uncircumcised in your flesh. You as a people are uncircumcised in your heart, in your mind. So now in this position, if our uncircumcised hearts are what? Are humble. So you got to humble yourself in the land of your captives. And they what? Accept what?
And they accept and they accept of the punishment of their iniquity.
And you got to accept what the Creator is going to bring down as far as punishment. We pray that it's not something that's going to take our lives. All right? Now, once you do that, 40 seconds says?
And then I will remember my covenant with Yaakov.
Right.
And also my covenant with Isaac.
Right.
And also my covenant with Abraham will I remember. And I will remember the land.
Now, once you do that, it's done. You're in your captive's land. And you change. And you turn towards Torah. Then, Zakarati et Beriti. I remember I come to Yaakov. With Af et Beriti Yitzchak. And with Yitzchak. With Af et Beriti Abraham. Escort, I remember. And then Haaretz Escort, I remember the land. See how that works? Now, 43 says,
the land also shall be left by them, and shall enjoy their Sabbaths while she lies desolate without them. And they shall accept the punishment of their iniquity, because they despise my judgments, and because their soul loathe my.
Go ahead.
And yet, for all that, when they are in the land of their
now
enemies,
look what this says, people. All of that, when they're in the land of their enemies, guess what?
I will not cast them away, nor will I loathe them.
Not cast them away.
Nor will I loathe them to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them, for I am Yahweh their God.
Even though we're here, I says, you still have a chance. 45 says,
but I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt in the sight of the nations, that I might be Yahweh their God.
Go ahead.
These are the statutes and judgments and laws which Yahweh made between him and the people of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe.
This is what Yah made between us and him, right? All right, understand. Prior to us getting into the land, this is what's said. Now read this last section and we'll be out, brother.
And Yahweh spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the people of Israel, say to them, if a man shall make a special vow to give Yahweh the estimated value of persons,
yes,
then the estimation shall be of a male from 20 years old to 60 years old, 50 shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary.
Shekel of the sanctuary, that's the estimation. And this is what you did a vow for that. Okay, go ahead.
And if a female, then the estimation shall be 30 shekels.
Oh, it's 30 shekels. Go ahead.
And then from 5 years old to 20 years old, then the estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels and the female 10 shekels.
As seen, the female is 10 shekels less than the male. Continue.
And if from a month old to 5 years old, then the estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver and of 3 shekels of silver.
Okay, shekels and of 3. 5 for the male, for the female. Go ahead. 7.
And if from 60 years old and above, if a male, then estimation shall be 15 shekels, and if a female, 10 shekels.
10 shekels. So it's always less. 8.
But if he is poorer than your estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him. According to the ability of him who vows shall the priest value him.
So just like, I'll say how the system said, well, each person, the documentary showed that each person, the U.S. values you at a certain amount. I think it came out to like $35,000 per individual. They said you actually owe the government from being here. It was a DVD we'll watch how they estimate it to what each person's actually worth to the system. Okay, very deep. Could be more now, but this is what they were saying back in the day. So you talk about an estimation here in reference to this vow. Okay. 9th verse.
And if it is a beast of which men bring an offering to the Yahweh, all that my man gives of such to Yahweh shall be holy.
Shall be holy. Go ahead.
He shall not alter it nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good.
Right.
And if he shall at all change beast for beast, then in exchange of it shall be holy.
Shall be kodesh. Go ahead. 11.
And if it is unclean, if it's any unclean beast of which they do not offer a sacrifice to Yahweh, then he shall present the beast before the priest.
Before the priest. Go ahead.
And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as you who are the priests will value it, so it shall be.
Whatever value he puts on it, that's the value of it. Even though it being a beast that doesn't go on the altar. 13 says.
But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a 5th part of it to your estimation.
So now you have the 5th unto it. Go ahead. 14.
And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy to Jehovah,
Okay.
then the priest shall estimate it, whether it's good or bad, as the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand.
If a man sanctifies his house, you can sanctify your house to Jehovah. You know how back in the day the church members give their houses over to the church, you know, for the church to utilize it whatever way. Well, that's where they get it from in this case. Then it shall be estimated whether it be good or bad. The priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. Whatever his estimate is, that's what the house is worth. 15 says,
And if you who sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the fifth part of the money of your estimation to it, and it shall be his.
So if you want the house back, you can get it back, but now you redeem it and you got to add the fifth onto it in order to retain the house again. 16 says,
And if a man shall sanctify to Jehovah some part of the field of his possession, the year estimation shall be according to its seed. An omer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver.
that's how you get the estimation of value for that if you dedicate your field to the for a certain time to work, but that's the value of it. Go ahead.
If he sanctifies his field from the year of Jubilee, according to the estimation, it shall stand.
It shall stand. 18.
But if he sanctifies his field after the Jubilee,
Business, but yet it's in the righteous way. That's how you set the estimation if you're going to dedicate your field over for that purpose. Then eventually you will probably want to retain it again. But for the time being, you have the right to do that. 19.
and if he who sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it,
Right.
then he shall add the fifth part of the money of your estimation to it, and it shall be remain his.
If you redeem it, you got to add the fifth part to it. Go ahead.
And if he will not redeem the field, or if he has sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed anymore.
Go ahead.
But the field, when it is released in the Jubilee, shall be holy to Jehovah, as a field that has been devoted. The possession of it shall be the priest.
That's where it twists on this one. Okay. And that in Jubilee goes into the priest. It goes to the priest. Continue.
And if a man sanctifies to Jehovah a field which he has bought, which is not of the field of his possession,
No, it didn't come through his inheritance, but yet he has a field, and now he wants to sanctify this field to the Creator. All right, this is the process.
then the priest shall reckon to him the priest shall reckon to him the worth of the estimation to the year of the Jubilee. He shall give the estimation in that as a holy thing to Jehovah.
Okay, go ahead.
In the year of the Jubilee, the field shall return to him from whom it is bought, to him whom the possession of the land did belong.
Originally, to not the second guy who got it. It wasn't his possession, but whoever the possession was. Because remember, land is not supposed to tremble from tribe to tribe. It's stay within the tribal thing. So you don't have one tribe having more than the next and cause a dispute, right? Go to the original owner of it in Yovel, Jubilee. Continue on.
And all your estimations shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary.
Right.
20 gerahs shall be the shekel.
The shekel, right.
Only the firstling of the beast, which should be of Jehovah's firstling, no man shall sanctify it, whether it is an ox or sheep. It is
It
Jehovah's.
belongs to the Creator. Go ahead.
And if it is of an unclean beast, then he shall redeem it according to your estimation.
Horse,
It shall add a fifth part to it. Or if it is not redeemed, it shall be sold according to the estimation.
Go ahead.
However, no devoted thing that a man shall devote to Jehovah of all that he has, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy to Jehovah.
So none of that will be redeemed because if you devote it to the Creator, that's where it stays. Okay? Know the rules and regulations of this. 29 says,
None devoted of men shall be doomed to death, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death.
none devoted of men, which shall be doomed to death, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. All right? In other words, that if that's what is supposed to happen, because maybe it's a murder, no account for that except the blood that was shed, that happens. Okay? That's in that particular sense. 30.
And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the tree, is Jehovah's. It is holy to Jehovah.
It belongs to the Creator. All right? Everything belongs to the Creator. That's in general. 31 says,
And if a man will at all redeem any of his tithes, he shall add it to a fifth part.
so if you take any of the tithe and utilize it in what way? Because we deal with we had monies, but basically there were grains and foods and so forth like that on that. Barley, and that note, then he has to add a fifth to that. Okay, that's how it goes. You add a fifth to it. If in any case you have to utilize it. Continue.
And concerning the tithe of the herd or of the flock, or whatever passes under the rod, the tenth shall be holy to Jehovah.
Great. Go ahead.
He shall not search whether it's good or bad, nor shall he change it. And if he changes it at all, then both it and its change shall be holy.
Shall be holy if he changes it. Go ahead.
It shall not be redeemed.
It shall not be redeemed. 34.
These are the commandments which Jehovah commanded Moshe for the people of Israel in Mount Sinai.
And this is what Israel learned prior to them getting it. This is what they had to know it. So when they came into this situation, this is what they utilized. That's what it is. This is your constitution. This has civil laws. This has criminal laws. This has various things in it. And what wasn't there, that's what you went to the judges for. And then whatever that was, they said that was it. We were people governed by those things. But now we're under two wheels. We're in a system, and we're here, and we're supposed to be under the Creator's way. You know what I mean? But again, that's on us. So we have to be discreet and intelligent and understand and work our way by. Keep praying, people, and keep working towards it. That's what they have to do. We can't give up. To the swift, the race that gives us. So the end. Always. Whenever our end is, but the baton is passed on. And we keep this going. So as we stand, we'll close this portion as we go to the Torah portion of this, as we move right along quickly. It says, Baruch atah Yeholah, Elohim echad Mashiach Natan Lanu Torah Temet Kayeholah on the top of the Baruch atah Yeholah Tein HaTorah. That is blessed to Jehovah God, King of the universe, who gave us the Torah of truth, and He planted everlasting life within our midst. Blessed Jehovah who gives us the Torah. Amen. Amen. As we stand, we're going to do a lesson for the Torah. We're about to start that. Have that here. Continue to move on.
Baruch atah Yehovah Eloheinu melech haolam asher baka b'nviim tovim v'razah b'divrayim hanemarim be'emet. Baruch atah Yehovah haboker b'torah u'Moshe avdo u'Yisrael amo u'Nevi'eh ha'emet wa'zadek. Amen.
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 Blessed are you, eternal God, ruler of the universe, who has chosen faithful prophets to speak words of truth. We praise you for the revelation of Torah, for Moshe, your servant, and Yisrael, your people, and for the prophets of truth and righteousness. Amen.
Amen. Hallelujah. Please be seated.
First, I want to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High God, King of the universe, for keeping us all on the wake-up list once again. I want to give honor to our leadership, Rosh Nasi, to our Nasi, to our Rabbini, Princess Zarita. Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah.
Shabbat Shalom.
Today's Haftorah portion is in Yirmiyahu. I'm going to read a brief synopsis. Yirmiyahu, son of Hilkiah, the second of the major prophets, came from a priestly family of Anahoth, a suburb of Jerusalem. After receiving the prophetic call at a very early age, he took up residence in the capital, where he began his activities in the 13th year of the reign of King Josiah over Yehudah. About 60 years after the death of Yeshayahu, his prophecies extended through a period of 40 years, until the destruction of the temple and Jerusalem by the Babylonians. Yirmiyahu was destined to pass through the most trying experiences. He incurred the ill will of the royal family, the priests, and the people, because he predicted the destruction of the temple and the state. Often his life was in jeopardy, but he continued to preach against the wickedness of the people and against false alliances. He was charged with treason and was imprisoned because he advocated submission to the Babylonians.
Right.
He saw Yehuda sink into the depths of iniquity during the reign of the last three ungodly kings of Yehuda, which led to the destruction of the country by the Babylonians and the destruction of the temple. When the Babylonians gave him a choice to go with the exiles or to remain in Yehuda, he chose the latter, and finally accompanied a contingent of refugees to Mitzrayim, where he passed into eternity. Yirmiyahu was often referred to as the prophet of Lamentations. The book of Yirmiyahu may be divided into 3 sections with a general introduction and a number of appendices. In the introduction, the prophet describes his call to prophecy. In the first section, comprising chapters 2 to 24, Yirmiyahu reproaches the people for their sins, denounces idolatry, calls for repentance, bewails the impending calamity and judgment, and admonishes the kings, rulers, and false prophets. In the next section, comprising about 5 chapters, the prophet warns Zedekiah, the last of the king of Yehuda, of the futility of the revolt against Babylonians, and of the inevitable doom of the kingdom, and instructs the exiles to adjust themselves fully in the captivity and seek the peace of the city. Whether God caused them to be carried away captive. In the following chapters, Yirmiyahu, in the spirit of all prophets, expresses the hope and urges the exiles, comforts his secretary Baruch, the captivity. The appendices consist of additions made in Mitzrayim and prophesizes concerning that country. Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Okay. Yirmiyahu said, the word of Yahweh came to me saying, behold, Hanel Amayel, the son of Shalom, your uncle, shall come to you, saying, buy my field that is in Anathoth, for the right of redemption is yours to buy it. So Hanel, my uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison, according to the word of Yahweh, and said to me, buy my field, I beg you, that is in Anathoth, which is in the country of Benjamin. For the right of inheritance is yours, and redemption is yours. Buy it yourself. Then I knew that this was the word of Yah. And I brought the field of Hanamiel, my uncle's son, that was in Anathoth, and weighted him the money, 17 silver shekels. And I signed the deed and sealed it, and took witness and weighed the money on scales. So I took the deed of the purchase, both the one that was sealed, containing the terms and conditions, and the one which was open. And I gave the deed of purchase to Baruch, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, in the presence of Hanei Amayel, my uncle's son, and in the presence of the witnesses who signed the deed of purchase before all the men of Yehuda who sat in the court of the prison. And I charged Baruch in their presence, saying, thus saith Yehovah Zebaoth, the God of Yisrael, take these deeds, this deed of the purchase, both the one which is sealed, and this deed which is open, and put them in earthen vessels, that they may last for many days. For thus saith Yehovah Zebaoth, Elohei Yisrael, houses and fields and vineyards shall be brought again in this land.
That's right.
Now I have delivered the deed of the purchase to Baruch, the son of Neriah. I prayed to Yehovah, saying, O Yehovah Elohim, behold, you have made the Shamayim and Haaretz by your great power and by your stretched out arm. And there is nothing too hard for you. You show loving kindness to thousands and recompense to the iniquity of the fathers of the after them. Oh, great and mighty Yah, Yehovah Zebaoth is his name. Great in counsel and mighty in work. For your eyes are upon all the ways of the sons of men, to give to everyone according to his ways, and according to the fruit of his doings. Who set signs and wonders in the land of Mitzrayim? even to this day, and in Israel and among mankind. And you have made a name for yourself, as at this day. And you have brought forth your people, Israel, out of the land of Mizraim, with signs and with wonders, and with a strong hand, and with a stretched out arm, and with great terror.
Yes.
And you have given them this land, which you swore to their fathers to give them, a land flowing with milk and honey.
Milk and honey.
And they came in and possessed it, but they obeyed not your voice,
Nope.
nor walked in your Torah. They have done nothing of all that you commanded them to do. Therefore, you have caused all this evil to come upon us. So we didn't listen. Yah showed us all his power and wonder, bringing us out of Mitzrayim. And he gave, his word does not come back undone. He promised us his land, and he put us in it. And we were the ones that fell off. And we're paying the price for it now. You showed up and showed out. Behold, the siege works. They have come to the city to take it. And the city is given to the hand of the Chaldeans, who fight against it because of the sword and of the famine and of the pestilence. And that you have spoken has come to pass. And behold, you see it. And you have said to me, O Yehovah Elohim, buy the land for money, and take witnesses. Though the city is given to the hand of the Chaldeans. And then came the word of Yehovah to Jeremiah, saying, behold, I need Yehovah, the God of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? So Jeremiah was a little confused, like, why should I buy this land? It's about to be conquered. They're taking it over. Like, why am I putting money in it if somebody else? God, okay, it's nothing. There's nothing I can't do. Like, just do what I'm telling you to do. I got you. Oh, Yehovah, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. Nations shall come to you from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, worthless idols, and things in which there is no profit. Well, you get what you put out there. So you're misbehaving. This is what you get. Shall a man make gods to himself, and they are no gods? Therefore, behold, I will this once make known to them. I will cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Jehovah. The sin of Yehuda is written with pen of iron, and with the point of a diamond. It is engraved on the tablet of their heart and upon the hearts of their altars. So you know how deep it had to have been on our hearts. It's with a pen of iron and a diamond. So that's like deep, 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 permanent. Like it's here. It's got some staying power. Oof, so scary for us. As they remember their children, so they remember their altars and their asherim by the green trees upon the hills. O mountain dweller in the field, I will give your wealth and all your treasures to the destroyers, and your high hills become a sin throughout all your borders. And you yourself shall continue from your heritage that I gave you, and I will cause you to serve your enemies in the land which you know now. For you have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. Thus saith Jehovah. Cursed be the man who trusts in men and makes flesh his arm, and whose heart departs from Jehovah. For he shall be like the juniper tree in the desert, and shall not see when good comes. But he shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in the salt land, and not inhabit it. So this is telling us all the curses that's going to come upon us if we don't keep the Torah and honor the Most High God. Then we're going to get all of these. Blessed is the man whose trust. Now he's talking about the hope that we're going to get. If you listen, we're going to get rewarded. We're going to be blessed. And whose hope is Jehovah. For he shall be like a tree planted by the waters, that speaks out its roots by the river, and shall not see when he comes. If its leaves shall be green, and shall not be anxious in the year of drought, nor shall it cease from yielding fruit.
Wow.
So he's saying it don't matter what's going on with us, what's going on around us, we're gonna always flourish as long as we keep talking. The heart is deceitful above all things,
Yes, it is.
and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, Jehovah, search the heart. I test the inwards to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings. As the partridge sits on eggs and hatches them not, so is he who gets riches and not by right.
Uh-oh.
He shall leave them in the midst of his days, and at his end shall be a fool.
A fool.
So if you get your money and your wealth fraudulently, at the end it's gonna leave you fast, and you're gonna be humiliated at the end of the day too.
Right.
A glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. O Yehovah, the hope of Israel, all who forsake you shall be ashamed,
Yes.
and those who depart from me shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken Yehovah, the fountains of living waters. Hear me, O Yehovah, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved.
Yes.
For you are my praise.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Yes. Hallelujah. So we're going to read the blessing for after the hot Torah. Ooh, go back to shine. Baruch atah Eloheinu melech haolam zerkon haolamim zadik vekol hadorot hayel haneeman hayomir ve'oshe hamdebir umkaim sheka devarav emet azadeh hayal haTorah ve'yal ha'ovoda ve'yal haneviim ve'yal yom ha'shabbat haseh Shenatata lanu Yehovah Eloheinu lidusha ve'anachnu modim la Slika Unkarkim ota yitbara shinka befi ko ki koka tami le'olam la'ed Baruch atah Yehovah Medesh HaShabbat Amen.
Amen.
Blessed are you, Yehovah Eloheinu, King of the universe,
Yes.
the rock of all creation, righteous one of all generations, the faithful Yah, whose word is deed, whose every command is true and just, for the Torah, for the privilege of worship, for the prophets, and for this Shabbat, that you, Yehovah Eloheinu, has given us for holiness and rest, for honor and glory. We thank and bless you. May your name be blessed forever by every living being. Blessed are you, Yehovah Eloheinu, for the Shabbat and its holiness. Amen.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Shabbat
Thank you, our Princess Olivia. Excellent job. Excellent job. All those who are excellent job. Thank you, all the streamers. Princess Sarah, you were really the reader. Thank you. Yeah, I'm already in the house as well. And thank you for all of that. We're going to go through our prayers for our sick. And pray your all heals them. We're not going to call out the names today, but listen, we're going to just deal with prayers. And of course, he needs some prayers. And his mouth is there, so that's an Irish. But as we go forth to say, Rafa'enu Yehovah Nelafea, Oshienu Wani Washea, Kita Hila Tainu Wata, Azay Fuashalema, Khanu Ki El Molek Rafet, Amana Rafimanata, Baruch Ataya Horafek Hoyamo Israel, Amen. Heal us, Jehovah, and we shall be healed. Save us, and we shall be saved. You are the one we praise. Bring complete healing for all our ailments. You are a God and a King that is faithful and compassionate. Blessed be Jehovah, who heals the sick of your people, Israel. Pray all the health, restoring of all those who are sick in the nursing home, the hospitals. We pray all those in the orthognesios that we often say in New York and all around, in South Carolina, in Georgia, in Virginia, all the various connections we hear. We thank you hear all those who are sick and those connections and those who are streaming. We pray your health be restored. In closing, we say, Yehida Tzaddik Shanasa Yehoah Eleh Avotenu Shatish Lak Mehera before Shalema Min Hashemayim before Taruach before Taguf Baruch Atah Yehoah Refei Kole Amor Israel. May it be your will before you, Lord God, the God of our forefathers, that you send quickly a healing from heaven, a healing of the spirit, a healing of the body. Bless you, Jehovah, who is the healer of Israel.
Hallelujah.
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 Again, I thank Jehovah for that. And I hope that he heal all those who are sick in Israel and even around
King.
nations who are listening, even those who are strangers that held on and hold on to his word, as they say. At this time, we're going to close, but I'm going ready. I'm going to ask him to stand and introduce himself first of all. All right?
I'm Ori Araya, the Naphtali.
All right.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Most of you here. And it's a great pleasure to be here.
Okay.
And,
Now you can come forth. Come
on
forth and
say a word.
introduce yourself properly.
Hallelujah. That's it.
Hallelujah.
I give all thanks and praise to the Holy One of Israel.
Amen.
Thanking him for life and for his providence, health and strength, and for the families of the house of Israel. I'm very grateful to be here. I wanted to come back for a while, and I sat in honor to you, Prince, and to Princess over there, and my wonderful sister, friend, and all of you, old soldier over there, and the families who are not here. This side of I try to every day as a family of us because there's something that connects all of us. I saw you part of the Siddur and that you broke down and the nuances. There's so many nuances in the understanding of the Torah and the history that you articulated. I hope that you have it on tape.
Yes.
You have it on tape because your message, the way that you broke it down, should be heard beyond these walls. And I hope that it does. There's so much, I find as I evolve, I take greater pleasure in listening, even though you're not from Naphtali and God and blessing me with words. But I take great pleasure in listening more these days, and just processing things and choosing where I speak and what I speak on, because there's no need to add to what's right already. It's right, just about executing. You understand? Executing it. But I'm grateful. Musa has allowed me to travel a little bit. Grateful for what he has done for me, for my wonderful wife, and my family. We've seen a lot of death. How to transition young people, young people dying left, right, and center of all types of things. It seems that we're not able to take the Torah and put it together for our lives, to make it work and to live. I mean, these books, I always think that people, I don't know, some people seem to worship the book. The book, worship the book. Instead of taking from it and impart it in your life. I'm not going to say I'm all of that, but to be honest, the way I strive to live, I almost don't even need a book. You see what I'm saying? But it's there
Right.
too, as a reflection, as a mirror for us. And we're grateful because a lot of work is going into this book. Just this Torah that you broke down today. And you see how the history and the Torah and how it
Together.
and how it coincides and how it joins and it tells you all of the important things. You know, it reminds you of the important things. So I just want to relish the moment, thankful to the Most High to be here for health and strength.
Yes.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
you
yes.
know, I'm very grateful
Valuable.
that the Most High allowed me at the stage of my life. I still play ball. I still do things. I think you gotta keep renewing your mind, renewing yourself. Renewing yourself. I mean, people call themselves old and all sorts of things. I mean, I wonder, just marvelous. Young people say that I'm old, and I said, whoa, I said, move away from me.
Take your old self over.
Shift off over there. You understand? Because I'm always thinking, well, what else can I do? What else? Where can I? At the stage of our game, we are more counselors.
Right.
The counselors to the young people who want to counsel, who want to receive counsel. We share with them. They have great ideas. We have to help them to structure those ideas. Because I tell them, I never seen a superstar team,
Right.
a championship team with all youth.
Right.
I never seen it yet
Yeah. That's right.
in any area. There's no difference in Israel. Israel is a collaboration of elder and youth.
That's right. Yes.
That's how it works. All through the Tanakh, that's how it works. And therefore, we are very important. And I honor you, brothers like yourself, who've been standing for years. I'm inspired by men like yourself and the sister and princess who've been doing this, who stand and who still have the zeal and the passion and the love. And you keep renewing your youth like the eagle. Because the renewing of your youth is in your mind. Right? And you execute, you diet and you keep learning how to do stuff. And you see the rewards of it. People see the rewards. You see, I went to attended the men's retreat.
Right.
It was very nice. I'm so glad that I went because what they did, they gave the young boys a chance to speak.
Right.
And when you let them speak and talk about things, and me being a teacher, educator, I know, and you would be amazed the stuff came out of their minds and their mouths about adult stuff. Our children know more than a lot of parents think they do. But you have to just teach them what's appropriate and when, right? And give them a chance to articulate their mind. And because if you don't hear what's in their mind, you can't address it. You see, you can't address it. And I was very impressed with what they're trying to do. I also met an elder, he's 93. I don't know if you know him from Philadelphia. 93 and he's up and around and then, I mean, you would not even. I said, Abi, you were motivation for me. I must stay and call on him and I'm going to stay in touch with him.
Right.
Because I want the blessing, I want the love, and we have to check on our elders. We know with them, call them, check on them, how are you doing? Drop some food for them.
That's right.
And let that link continue. Keep the link going. The link of love, the link of righteousness. You see what I'm saying?
That's right.
So I don't get carried away with this moral title because there are many types of teachers. To be honest, we are not short of Torah teachers. We're not. I'll have to be another one. I can. very well. But I rather teach life skills. I rather teach the soft skills to the youth, the things that make things work, the attitude they need to have, how they need to process information. Those are the types of things that I focus on. And that's what I do beyond Israel. Beyond Israel, I use my platform, so my life as my competitive years in soccer. I use that platform with other guys to build up the youth and to educate them and to support them and give scholarships. All of that. So as an Israelite, you gotta be a light to others, not just within the walls of the congregation. You gotta be in every facet of your life. People know you're an Israelite, and you bring light to them and bring understanding and bring love, and you learn as well. Always learning. Always, my motto, always be learning. ABM. It's exciting to learn. And then when you could watch yourself from one point to the other, you could see where you are as blessed Jesus or what you've come to. So it's just beginning, Prince, and I'm very grateful, to be here. I want to stay in touch with the families and know what's happening. I'm going to send my wife up here and let you deal with you ladies and to have, another families. And I'm in Florida, so all right? Chris, I'm in South Florida. I'm just reminded. You know, I said South Florida. Okay. These young guys they call me Jacksonville. Oh, Uncle, I'm in Florida. Jacksonville, it's 8 hours. So I gotta say I'm in South Florida. South Florida is from Orlando to Miami. So I'm in Palm Beach. All right, so that's what I'm about.
Amen. Hallelujah. Amen.
All the way from South Florida.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotta be
I
real.
just want to add one thing for the record. I am perhaps the only. Well, I guess I'm an elder in training now. I guess I am the only one from that original from Guyana that is still active and is still a part of everything.
Hallelujah.
I'm the only one. The others, all the youths, all the little Levites, I raised all of them. You see, so I'm very happy that I'm one of the products of Remco and Mikel went there. So, and I've always been there. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Most High God. We have our portion. We want to have their portions.
Yes.
Do our portions, do our job. Word to say to family.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
First of all, I want to give honor and praise to the true and living God, Yehovah Elohim, creator of heaven and earth. I am thankful to be here. Better late than never, as our Rosh Nasi always says.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thankful to the Most High God for Shaare Shamayim, for this being our rock, for the Creator allowing us to have this place, and it being evident in our lives that the Most High God is constantly working with us with the house of Israel as He continues to gather us and keep us strong and strengthened. I do believe in that hope. I always have, always will. Behold, is my God and the God of my fathers, and I love my God.
Hallelujah.
I love my God with all my heart, and I'm thankful for the strength and health that He's given us in this house of Shaare Shamayim. And I just pray that the Creator continues to do this for us, as I know the Most High God will strengthen our Rosh Nasi, Keskiyahu,
Hallelujah.
Torah Rabbi Yehovah, for everything that He's put on our Rosh Nasi. And it's not easy. I always say it is not easy to do what He does, and I thank God for His strength, because the will of God is going to come to pass no matter what, and He will use who He will. Our Rosh Nasi is one of those wonderful people by the grace of God. Hallelujah. I am so thankful for that the Creator put our Rosh Hashanah midst.
King.
Our Rabbinith, my sister, my wonderful, wonderful sister. I'm thankful to the Most High God for her life, her health, her strength. Torah Rabbi Yehoah again for putting our Princess Rabbinith Rita in our midst. We are blessed. The Creator shows us over and over again, that we can do this work that He has put upon us to do. And it's evident. It's evident right in front of us. It is here right in front of us. I think sometimes we take it for granted. We shouldn't. This life and health and strength, we should not take for granted. We should not take it for granted. I'm thankful. That's all I can say. I'm very, very thankful to our Moray, Torah Rabbi, for coming to visit, our Adon Malek, and Torah Rabbi Yehoah for everyone, for all those who are listening. I'm thankful to the Most High even to have everyone's ears listening to our Rosh Hashanah today. Torah Rabbi Yehoah for this Shabbat and for every day. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Shalom, shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
I'm always thankful for life, health, and strength. And every so often when I do come, the teachings always has that little, like you said, a little extra kick that keep you, learning more and more each time. So, I picked up some new stuff today and happy to, collect that also to add to the little book of library of knowledge for me. So I'm always thankful for that. So Shabbat shalom.
Yeah, good stuff, Hallelujah. Without you, we couldn't stream.
Okay.
Get all that info.
I'm a technician, huh?
I just feel grateful to get through the
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
I'm feeling congested, so I'm just grateful to get through the portion today. But as always, hearing the word, whether present here or upstairs and listening, it's always something to pick up. It's always a drill to be given with the words, and as you stated many times, it's up to you as a person to take it and to live your truth and to walk with faith and not by sight. And that's all. That's all I have.
Hallelujah.
All praises to the Most High God. Hallelujah. God of our forefathers, God of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. I thank the Most High God for my life, my health, and my strength, the life and the strength of all of you that are here, all that are at the sound of my voice. I thank the Most High God that He woke us up this morning and started us on our way, above all with the right mind, so that we can receive what He has for us to receive today. We already received our blessing. So just because we come out today, don't think it's today when we came and got blessing.
That's right.
The blessing was already given to you.
Hallelujah.
Okay, before we even got here. And now this will take us through the rest of the week.
That's right.
And there was so much said in this last portion, just even at the end of the last portion, when he said like a tree planted by the rivers of water, the roots spread out. And you ever try to knock down a tree? Or to uproot a tree that's planted by the rivers of waters? Because it's always drawing strength. That's why it's by the rivers of waters.
That's right.
It's constantly gaining strength. It's constantly being fed. Even when the rain doesn't come down, that tree is being fed by that river. And you can liken us in the law and the people to that. That's what He expects of us, for us to be like a tree planted by the rivers of waters that will bring forth its fruits.
That's right.
In other words, good fruits.
That's right.
Fruits that are being fed by the naturalness of the Most High God and by the law. Because when we speak about that, He's talking about the law. So that kind of jumped out at me because that also was coming from the first psalm. Blessed is the man that walketh not into the counsel of God and standeth like the fruit planted by the rivers of waters. So you're going to hear a lot of the things are redundant but it's redundant so you won't forget it.
Yeah.
So you'll hear it in Psalm, you'll hear some things in Proverbs, you'll hear some things in Mishle, you're going to hear it inside of the Torah, but it's to reiterate to us
Yes.
so that we won't forget it, that the Most High is with us in all the time. The next thing that I heard as we were reading is that the fountain of living waters.
Yes.
Do you know what it is to be under the fountain of living waters? And I can't even go into that because the whole concept of water itself
Yeah.
is so powerful.
Right.
Yes.
Because what we think we're drinking is just something that we think we're drinking, but it not only helps our thirst,
Right.
it quenches the thirst of the world.
Right.
Okay, water is very powerful. You dig upon the tender grass, all of that stuff. The rivers by the rivers of the waters,
Right.
all of those waters is so much more than what you may think it is.
That's right.
And maybe
That's right.
that's just
That's
too
right.
much for our brain because sometimes we get too much and we go crazy. But it's very deep when you think about the waters and the waters coming down from the Shemayim. Remember where it comes from. Science will have you to believe in condensation. I'm way past that.
Right.
We know that whatever is coming down from the Most High God because there's waters above the
That's
heavens.
Right.
You see, and He dwells in the waters. So what better water to come down
Yeah.
than those that are coming from the Shemayim? Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
So that fountain of living waters, the Most High, the Lord, the Torah, is so powerful in itself. And just the fact that we have that and we can grasp onto that right here on earth, right here, we don't have to die
That's right.
to dwell in the Shemayim.
Come on.
We can dwell in the Shemayim right here on earth
Come on.
Teach.
because He continues to rain down on us all the time. I mean, I'm not even going to go any further than that. That's just food for thought. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
I thank the Most High God for all things and everything. And the last thing that I want to leave you with is that it was also said in the Torah that He give a man according to his ways.
That's right.
So you can't be jealous of the next person if he has a
That's
little
right.
bit more than you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because we're beating a dead horse, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because we're not supposed to have the same thing all the way around the boat.
That's
Right.
right.
You see, He's given each and every one according to our ways and according to our deeds. He's giving you, you're not the only one that did that. To get that money, that paycheck.
That's right.
You had to have the strength to get up and go get that paycheck. So it's His money.
That's right.
It is His money. You understand? And we are supposed to give back. That was in the Torah
Right.
today.
Right.
About paying our dues and our tithes and giving back and what the rewards that we get for that. So you can't be jealous when someone else's house is bigger than yours. He was blessed with that big house, and you're blessed with your little house. But you have a house.
That's
You
right.
understand? So we all receive according to the Most High. So we should bless and thank the Most High God and thank each other all the time and uplift each other all the time and whatever you receive.
That's right.
Even if you're in an apartment, thank God you have a roof over your head and you're not wandering the street like a sad dog.
Right.
You don't need that. Okay?
Right.
You don't want to be that.
That's right.
Okay? I mean, just look out things that are around you and you can find the messages that the Most High God has for you.
He-
Just look around outside and you can see the dogs, stray dogs walking in the street.
Right.
Don't think you're not that far from being a stray dog.
That's right.
I'm not saying that we're a dog,
Yeah,
but you understand because we got these pink
Your
brains out there.
You can
That's
be
what
in that
they
condition.
called us a dog. All right, but no, that's not what I'm
You
saying.
can be in
I
that
just want you to
condition
understand what I'm saying.
Talking conditions.
Get understanding.
That's
Okay,
right.
don't take everything to the surface because there's a word and then there's the spirit of the word.
Amen.
And I'm talking about the spirit of the word.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
So don't be jealous about anybody because we all have something.
That's right.
We have something. I know. We have something. Okay, your mother-in-law again. We have something. Okay, to be thankful for each and every day. That book is so powerful. As the Zone said, can you imagine having that? If we really understood the depth of what the Most High God was giving us, what kind of nation He was giving to us to go into Canaan,
That's right.
for us to go into Canaan.
Right.
Okay, what type of nation He was trying to build
Right.
when He said, a people unto myself,
Right.
a people that can serve me.
Right.
And He's telling you in here,
100%.
all of these things that He set out for us, we are supposed to be not like any other person.
That's right.
And how can we be an example? We are supposed to be the repairs of the breach. We are supposed to be leading these people and nations to the Most High, as we heard earlier. And through that law is how we do it. Is there any other way you know that? I don't know. Nothing has helped us since we've been here. Nothing has helped us since we've been here. Our hope is only in the true and living God. Hallelujah. And we're supposed to be moving closer and closer and closer to Him through that law. Because that's the only book that lets us know how to get there.
That's right.
You got all kind of how to do books.
Yes.
You can Google all kind of how to fix a faucet, how to fix a toilet, how to be this, how to be that,
That's right.
even how to be a woman, how to be even that's even wrong. Let me try to tell you that. If you want to know how to be a woman, you go to the Torah.
That's right.
And that's pleasing to the Most High, not to man, but what's pleasing to the Most High God. So, I'm going to sit down now, but there is so much. There is so much to get out of that Torah. Your life is in that book. And they tried to hide it from us, thinking that their God, the powers to be. But we know that the Most High God opens up eyes, visions.
That's right.
He gives us all of that. That only comes from the Most High, your Creator. May the Most High bless you and keep you. May He cause His face to shine upon you. May He lift up your countenance no matter where you are and give you peace of mind. Because without peace of mind, what are you going to do? What are you going to take medication? We're going to be on medication. They're going to knock us upside our head. We're not going to make sense. So may the Most High give you peace of mind. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
You know what's unique? Folks, you mentioned stray dogs. I haven't seen a stray dog in years.
Not over here, right?
You don't see them nowhere.
You see homeless people, but you don't see dogs that are homeless.
No,
They take their dog, but they take care
yes,
of
they
them.
do. Yes, they do.
I haven't seen a stray dog
In years.
Before we moved over here, they were packs. They were running in packs.
Yeah, you know what? That's the truth.
Don't see them.
Let me just say something.
Oh, no, that's not.
I know that Princess Zarita somewhere along the line she's gonna ask me about my son.
Yes, I have them.
I know you will ask me.
Yeah.
So let me just tell you. And you spoke about
We know we're streaming now, so I don't know if you want.
Yeah, let's finish the stream
We're gonna close
first.
out.
okay.
We're gonna close out first. We can do that. Okay, so what we're gonna ask you to do is stand, face the east while we do the command counting of the Omer. Baruch atah Elohim melech kol ha'mashiach shelo mezuzu nuzal sefirat ha'omer. Rachman yikatilanu abdot ben mitat lekoma behimra yaminu amen. Ana bekoach gdula yimeneka tatid durah kabelna rina ameka salinu taharinu norad na gibor dorshe yikudeka ba'akavrat shamreim barakeim takarim ramein yikudeka tamin kamleim katsin kadosh baruch beka el adedeka yakid et ameka pnei zokre kubishteka shwatenu kabel Baruch Shem kevod malchuto le'olam va'ed. Amen.
Amen.
Blessed are you, Jehovah God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us by your commandments and has given us concerning commanding the Omer. May all the merciful bestow the servant of the temple who its place speedily in our days. Amen. We beseech you to lose with the greatness of the power, thy powerful right hand, those who are bound in captivity, accept the cry of that people. Exalt and purify us, O thou who art tremendous, O most powerful God. We beseech you to preserve as an apple of the eye those that seek you, who are God alone. Bless and purify them and continually requite them according to thy merciful righteousness. Thou who art most mighty and holy God, thy congregation of people with thine abundant goodness. Thou who art God alone and most excellent. With God, people who continually make mention of thy holiness. Accept our prayers, hearken to our cries, O thou to whom all seek are known. Bless for him your glorious kingdom forever and ever. Amen. Ayom Shiva Shaloshim Yom Shehim Yachamisha Shavuot Shenei. This is the 37th day.
This is the 37th day.
5 weeks and 2 days of the Omer.
Making 5 weeks and 2 days of the Omer.
Amen. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable for thee, O Yehovah, our rock and our redeemer.
We pay homage
To
the God of Abraham,
to
the God of Yitzchak, to the God of Yaakov.
Hallelujah.
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 Amen.
Amen.
You like Jehovah Yishmareka.
Kingirazo.
Yahovah Wikuleka.
Kingirazo.
Yisay Hopunaleka Yasemleka Shalom.
Kingirazo.
Contract sealed.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.